Hello, everybody. Welcome to the inventory. I'm your host, desktop user Joe, also known as Rinka Best Girl. And with me today, I have my co-host as usual, Spnanon. Why don't you say hello?
Hello. Hello.
We've got two new guests. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
Hello, I'm Corky the Cactus. I'm the guy who's making Emmy.
Well, I'm BokuMan. I'm the guy who's the model creator for Rin, and I'm not the artist, by the way.
Alrighty. And with introductions out of the way, let's move on to the testing tables and changes to the main game. Starting off, we have Nami from One Piece, made by MetalItar. Corky, why don't you start off by giving your thoughts on her?
So I'm not really familiar a whole lot with One Piece, so it's hard for me to give like a really detailed critique. But from what I played, I liked what I saw. I was really impressed with where the model is so far in testing. I don't know. I'm assuming that she has been worked on for a while, considering how like many lines she has. But I saw a lot of attention to detail in there, which I thought was really cool. I've never been a fan of how, to put it bluntly, how girls with large breasts look in Kisuke. So I thought that the model creator for Nami did a really good job with that. My favorite thing was probably how she responded to specific clothing being removed. And like, for example, like if you took off a tie, she had a different line than taking off a shoe, and not just generic things, just for all accessories, which I thought was a pretty cool attention to detail that I'm probably going to apply to Emmy that I haven't really thought of.
You know, that's actually a really good idea for like May and Jura, because they wouldn't really know any men's clothing.
Alrighty. Boku, what are your thoughts on Nami?
I mean, it's a very well made model, so I definitely think that a good amount of love and care has been put into it. And while I haven't actually played against her, I can at least say that the model looks really damn good.
Alrighty. Spnanon, what about you?
Oh yeah, any character made by MetalItar, it has always had like a really appealing art, like just to me personally. I don't know. I guess we have the same taste in girls, you can say. Like body type, she's like all voluptuous and stuff. So yeah, I was excited to see that he was working on her. You know, it's a brand new franchise. She's a really popular character just in general. You kind of see Nami in a lot of like hentai flash games like this. I know it's not a flash game, but you know, if you just browse around like a site that has a lot of games like this, you can see Nami appear a lot. So she's definitely a good high profile character, and to see some really fantastic like custom art on her looks really nice.
It is super weird that it took us this long to get a One Piece character.
I mean, we still don't. I mean, it took us how long to get a good Pokemon character? It just kind of happens, like, you know. Nope, some franchises just don't have a champion for a while.
That's true.
I think a lot of people would consider Moon to be a champion.
Well, those people can be comfortable in being wrong.
I mean, she is a champion in Smart.
Oh my god.
She champions something, all right.
But anyway, so yeah, MetalItar has a big talent for like lots of like natural looking sort of custom assets on models, and like cutting models up to give them really unique animations. And I'm sure she's going to get a fantastic epilogue to go along with that. That's definitely where his talent lies the most. I see a lot of people like with Lara Shell too, trying to do like custom breasts, and Nami has them too. And I don't know. I don't think they look particularly like interesting or good compared to just the standard ones. I know there's not a whole lot of standard Kisuke sizes that look good, but where Nami's are, I think they look fine. What really stands out to me about her model is how prominent he made like her her like pubic bones. If you look at it, it throws her like groin area in much like harsher relief, and it kind of looks like more raised up than a lot of other characters because he added like these really heavy lines compared to the default. So
it's how she looks in the source material, though.
It definitely catches your eye, and I'm not going to say it looks bad. It's pretty attractive, and it gives her sort of it contributes to the overall feeling of like being really buxom. So I'm all for
Yeah,
it.
it actually looks pretty amazing.
Yeah, maybe I should steal it the way I steal other things from that old time.
I stole that technique for Rinka.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I stole it from Black Thulu, though.
So yeah, isn't she like kind of a? I think he made some compromises with One Piece's art style because One Piece is drawn really weird. Am I right?
Yeah,
on that? She's kind of like a string bean with like
almost Mantis Chan levels.
Right? Am I right?
Yeah.
So yeah, like extreme hourglass figure, I guess you could say, and here she is, a little more reasonable proportions. Some people said that like her eyes look a little crazy, which I don't necessarily agree with. Most of the time she looks fine. I think in some poses maybe her irises look a little too small for the otherwise kind of normal looking pose or facial expression that she has, which can make her look a little like sleep deprived. So maybe you could tweak that a little bit, but most of the time I think she looks fine. She's got some really funny, expressive poses, like when she's greedy and her eyes just turn into dollar signs.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's a really nice. That's a really nice way of sort of showing how expressive her source is, and like the pose where she has like a big sack of money.
She's got the pose where she's like winking and doing and like a little heart comes off,
Yeah. As for the dialogue and the personality, she was talking about herself a fair bit and sort of why she was there, and I think she had a pretty justifiable reason for being there. So I liked where she was. I liked how she appeals to players in a few different ways she does like attempt to seduce you, which I'm sure a lot of people appreciate, but you can also tell that she's just like very cynically trying to do it. Like she's just trying to get something that she wants out of you.
I think she's going to benefit. I think she'll benefit a lot from other characters targeting her more, because I've noticed that she'll just kind of start talking about like something about her or her life, which is cool. But sometimes it kind of seems like it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, I've already targeted her a bit with Maya just because I've been working on Maya's dialogue lately, and I'm having fun doing that. Let's see. Oh, especially how Maya keeps like shitting on all of Nami's dreams because her world's technology is just so much further advanced. She's like, I want to map the whole world one day, and Maya's just like, we have satellites that can do that in a day, right? That's like caveman space technology. Let me show you my fucking laser ship. But that stark difference in world there is pretty funny. She literally opens with, "Oh, so you're pirates too? Yeah, we hide in asteroid fields. What about you?" I think you should make a base on this planet's moon. Nami's like, "What?"
I've just hatched an idea. Being that she's a pirate, I've been doing probably too many pirate jokes with Nami already. So it's exciting to have more opportunity for that.
So yeah, I'm really excited to see where she goes. I think she could end up being one of my favorite characters, and she adds a lot of good star power. So I'm happy to see her turn out nice.
Yep,
tons of creativity with her for sure.
Yeah, I really like her.
Alrighty, I'm like semi-familiar with One Piece because my brother really likes it. I've never watched an episode because I'm intimidated by the girth of the episode count. Like that anime will continue going after I die. So,
will they ever find the One Piece?
I have no idea. I agree with you guys. I've really enjoyed the model. I like the animation thing that happens when she removes that, like, the pole item that does the extending thing. Kind of reminds me of Power Pole from Dragon Ball.
I'm surprised she didn't like put it up her ass or something.
All right, surprised but glad that it doesn't happen.
Or she could use it as a stripper pole.
I played her with Maya, Kamina, and Zone, and I enjoyed some of the targeted lines she had to them.
Oh, I've been targeting Zone with Maya more because apparently they're played a decent amount together, which I don't understand.
I enjoyed the targeted lines that I saw, but I kind of wish there was more. I guess she's only been on testing for a little bit though, 2 weeks, give or take. But yeah, I've liked her lines so far. I love her cartoony expressions. I've always got a soft spot for that. Like, when it fits, kind of like with Oshiko. I'm pretty sure that I mentioned, maybe not on the podcast, but I mentioned that I liked her more cartoony expressions. A lot of shonen characters do that, and I've always had a soft spot for that. And I'm glad to see it here. So, yeah.
Has anyone had any exposure to One Piece?
Nope.
I pretty much know what it is, and that's the extent.
I mean, my Japanese teacher insists on showing it in Japanese classes, but not much.
Okay, I know it's a shonen, but like, Luffy doesn't like work out, does he? How does everyone keep getting stronger?
They just eat a fruit, I think. Like, they eat a fruit, and then it makes it so they can't swim, but they get a superpower.
Why can't they swim?
I don't know.
Okay, he's got a superpower, yes,
really
but if does it have power creep? Like, how does he deal with someone that's stronger? How does he get stronger if he doesn't do sit-ups?
I think he just has to like find out different ways to use it. Like, the main character's superpower is that he's rubber, and so there's a part like this is all like information I've heard from somebody. There's the main character's power is that he's rubber, and there's a part where there's this dude who's super tough, and he's beating on everyone, and he's got electric powers. And like, then they're like, oh wait, rubber, right. So I think that they end up just utilizing it in different ways, but I could be wrong. I've never watched it.
Okay, I'd also like to make a note about Nami is that technically she was a new character last cast.
Yeah, but
we were just like, this is way too much shit to talk about already. So she's just gonna have to wait till next time. And then Joe's computer bricked itself and had to wait like 3 weeks for that cast to come out. So we're now just talking about her.
Yeah.
So she really got the short end of the stick there. Like, oh, we'll just talk about her next time, and then it got delayed by another week.
All right.
What are you gonna do?
Next up is Ribbon Girl returns to testing. Corky, why don't you start us off?
Well, before I give my feedback on Ribbon Girl, which you guys like to kind of explain, I feel like there's some story behind her because I believe she was in testing before or was worked on maybe by another creator or something.
No, it's the original creator. It's Blue Coin added her to the game, and then he just stopped. He didn't update her in time, and so she went offline.
Okay, I gotcha. So I played with Ribbon Girl a little bit. As someone, I'm sure that you guys can guess, as somebody making Emmy, that I like athletic and sporty girls. Like, I think they're interesting. I'm kind of like always down.
Well, that's just high culture.
Yeah, like I'm always down for women who kind of are against the grain a little bit, and have some kind of sense of empowerment for themselves. And I think that Ribbon Girl has potential to kind of fit that niche as well. In terms of where she is in testing, I think her model kind of leaves a little bit to be desired. What is there is good, but I just kind of think that it could be a lot better in terms of just like the aesthetic of it. I think it could use just a little bit more detail here and there. In terms of like her dialogue, I think it's good, but it doesn't really stand out as much as some of the other new characters we've seen. If that makes sense.
Yeah, there's not a lot of source material to go on.
Right, and that's definitely always a challenge if you don't have like a lot of stuff to work with. Like One Piece has been running for how many years now? So like Nami's got tons of stuff to go off of. So again, I'm not really familiar with Ribbon Girl's source material, so it's kind of hard to know whether or not like it's like sticking to that or if it's kind of just doing its own thing. So Blue Coin's probably going to have to, kind of take more of an improvisational route with it. But I'm definitely excited to see where she goes going forward. And I think she's going to be a character that a lot of people are going to like when she's done.
Isn't One Piece like the longest running manga ever?
No. I feel like JoJo's and Berserk have been going longer.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
guess.
both of them have been running for a shitload of time.
Let me do some quick research. Corky, do
I
you have
remember,
anything?
maybe it's like the best-selling manga ever. But just
Oh,
because of how long it's
It's
been
probably
going.
likely.
I'll look into that. Corky, do you have anything else to say about Nami or about Ribbon Girl?
Yeah, Ribbon Girl's a character that I'm excited to target with Emmy because I think they have a lot in common. So hopefully pretty soon here I can get working on that. There's a lot of characters I'm trying to target as I kind of rush to try to get her towards sponsorship. So Ribbon Girl is definitely going to be one of them. But yeah, I definitely like what I've seen. Looking forward to seeing more in the future.
All right. JoJo started in 87. One Piece started in 97. But One Piece is the highest the best-selling manga of all time.
Yeah.
BokuMan, what about you?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Ribbon Girl?
I'm playing against her right now because I haven't actually played against her before this.
All right, doing your
I
homework.
like her so far. A little bit generic, but the lines, but I do like her. Design-wise and stuff like that. And yeah, it's a little improvement I can see that might be good, but otherwise it's a very good model.
All right. Anything else?
I don't think so right now.
Okay. Spnanon, what about you?
I think the model's pretty cute. I would say the issue with her art is that she has a lot of pieces to her that don't really individually they might look okay, but as a whole it doesn't really give like a cohesive sort of image to it. Like, her arms are supposed to be like spring loaded and retracted, but they just kind of look like bandages because that's what they are. And like that those sorts of Kisake default stand-ins for what it's supposed to be, like that's something that people used to do a lot more often. And like Blue Coin has put out stuff like Beatrix's model, so I know that he's capable of something a little more custom that still looks really cohesive. So I'd like to see her improved a little bit more on that and looking a little bit more overall mechanical, because I'm pretty sure she's supposed to be that. It's hard to know because I haven't played ARMS either. All I know about ARMS is that the one girl, Twintel, has a fat ass. And I wish I'd like to see her in the game.
Gone.
Yeah, dialogue-wise, I think what I said and what a lot of other people said her first time around, which was like in February, was that she kind of had a little bit of the generic nice syndrome, the Jane Doe thing, where she's just a happy, cheerful girl and overall just kind of passive. Like again, I think what makes the character really feel generic is that they just kind of accept whatever that happens and just don't really bring like a strong opinion to the table or like a particularly strong personality. It's just like, oh, well, it's time. oh, this hand's bad. Oh, it's time for me to strip. Okay, I stripped. Let's move on. And someone else takes off something small. It's like, that makes sense. Let's move on. It's just like they just don't seem super into it. And he did add, to his credit, he did add a little bit more in to give her some personality and some uniqueness, like singing during hands. And he just needs to take that a little bit further, I think.
Yeah, because my arms lore is very, very short.
Well, he said that there just isn't much to it.
Yeah,
And a lot of other people are saying, like, just make shit up.
It is a standalone fighting game. So yeah, there's not much lore to it. But I do believe that he mentioned her being a pop star, so I guess singing would make sense. I've had a little bit of a busy week, so I didn't get to really play her in depth. But yeah, I noticed that she was pretty similar to how she was before she went off, but with the addition of the singing. So I don't have much else to say. Anybody else got anything to say? All right. Next question, or next character change was a new Zone Tan model.
Joe.
Yeah?
It's Zone Tan.
Okay, new Zone Tan model. Corky, why don't you start us off?
So I really don't have a whole lot to say about the new model other than it looks fantastic. It's super cool. It's really awesome to see people kind of go back and take models that were already pretty good from the get-go, but like to really take them to the next level. I think it kind of just shows how far people have gone, just like in terms of like how much better people have gotten at making models for this game. So super cool to kind of see some old characters get some love.
Pat didn't make the model. He just posted it.
Right. Well, whoever made it, it was pretty awesome to see. It's pretty cool.
She does have very good posing for what it's worth. It's not like he didn't do anything.
Do you have any other thoughts on her?
I noticed, I don't know, I didn't play with Zone Tan that much before the model update. I noticed that she turns into like this phantom creature every now and then. Again, not really sure what that means from like the source material, but something that I noticed and thought was pretty interesting. If somebody is more familiar with Zone Tan and might want to kind of explain that might be kind of fun.
Wait, what's happening?
Her Zone Tan turning into like that demon thing that she does.
Did she always used to do that, or
her gag of getting mad?
Yeah,
stuff.
That's a thing from the Zone News or something.
Yeah. And Pat said that in her demon form, her power is pretty much limitless. The source of which I'm assuming is his ass.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So how does that limitless power translate to a card game? That's what I want to know.
The same way
you can come a geyser that it's just like it's one of those water cutters. It just goes straight through the wall.
God.
Punches through steel.
It just goes to show, no matter how much power you have, you're still at the mercy of the dealer.
I have the power of God and hentai on my side.
Specifically hentai, not anime.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I think her tentacle friend Lemmy appears at one point.
Yeah. It definitely is something that should appear. Leggy. No. Lenny, sorry.
I just said that I was having Maya target Zone Tan some more, and I really had her latch on to the whole like tentacle thing. Like, do you really fuck tentacles? Just because even like a penis is like, whoa, let's back up with her. So the idea of multiple tendrils just in every hole is like, we need a time out. We need to discuss this.
All right, BokuMan, what are your thoughts on her?
I definitely think the models improved a hell of a lot. It definitely looks very faithful to the source material, and it's let's just face it, it looks much, much better now.
Yep. I think that I don't think anybody's going to disagree with you there.
Yeah.
Yeah, her model isn't very controversial, so it's not, I don't think we're going to have a lot of interesting disagreements or discussion based on it. I think everyone's kind of in unanimous agreement that it's pretty awesome.
Yep.
All right. Anything else?
I don't think so right now. If I'll come up with anything more, I'll bring it up later, back near the end.
All right. Spnanon, what about you?
So yeah, obviously I'm going to agree that Zontan's model upgrade lane, she basically looks exactly like she does in her source material, which is like those ZTV shorts where she's just the mouthpiece for Zone. Who has Zone made like anything recently?
I don't think so, which is a shame.
He's just been sitting on his ass raking in those Patreon bucks.
You got to get that dollar somehow.
That's why SPNatI is the only it's the only ethical porn game, because you're not lining some lazy asshole's pockets on Patreon.
Yep. These
are all labors of love.
I will never allow my work to be tainted by the dollar.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so Zone's model update. Yeah, Pat did a great job posing her, and he's been adding a lot of lines to her lately, and I'm having a lot of fun interacting with her. So she definitely improved in those areas. However, I would say that this update shows that it's still not about what you know; it's about who you know. Because I just spent like a whole month, like just making like Maya's and Jura's model updates painstakingly, like putting them together in Kisuke. This asshole says I'm gonna work smarter, not harder. I'm going to Google Translate a request to this Japanese Twitter Kisuke user guy called Moyashi-sa, who is like a Kisuke god. And we're not talking about like the Kisuke gods that we have. We mean like this guy literally pumps out 1-to-1 shit.
Yeah.
Like, exactly like it came off the page. And he's just like, yeah, can I just use that model? Because I think he had already made his own top model, right?
Yep.
And Moyashi-sa was like, hi.
Translator's note, hi means yes.
To him.
Yeah, I had no idea that's how it came. That's a really funny story.
That's the smart way to do it. Don't make it yourself. Just have some guy in Japan who just does this shit for fun, and he'll just give it to you. I don't know how he's made a Zone model and he hasn't made a Ryuko model. Yeah, she looks super good.
Yep, I remember that I got a preview of at least the model update when it first happened. Gave me the files for that. I really love it. I love some of the faces she makes. They're more exaggerated with like her smile. I feel like in one of her poses, can't remember exactly which one it is, but it's like kind of
where her eyes turn green.
Maybe I can't remember the exact pose. I'll edit it in the video, but I like a lot of the faces she makes. I like the tech. I'm always a big fan of the technique where you like move the head down to like give the illusion that you're lowering it, or like lower the neck value to give the illusion that you're lowering your head. I always love Pat's updates. They're great when they happen. They don't happen as often as I'd like, but when they do, they're always fantastic. So I'm glad that she got this update, and I'm excited for the resort since that's happening soon.
Oh yeah, by next podcast we'll be talking about it because it'll be going on. It might be almost done by then.
The resort, it starts, I think, around like the
It starts in a week.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, buckle your seatbelts.
When did you say that was? I didn't catch that.
About a week.
Oh, if you want Emmy to be a part of that, you gotta get her sponsored tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the cutoff.
No.
Rip. Looks like Hanako will be alone for now.
F. Ugh.
Yeah.
Next thing that happened was Leggy getting added to the main game.
Okay, so Leggy is I love Leggy, and I think you guys might be able to guess why. When she was first added to testing, I couldn't help but crack up. This is like not a character I had any idea existed before she was added to this game. And while I'm writing a character who is missing their legs, I think the puns kind of wrote themselves, and I knew that I was going to have a blast writing the targets. So it's awesome to see that she's gotten in the game. So like, congrats to her writer for getting the sponsorships. That's awesome. One thing I really like.
We had both the people working on her on the last episode.
That's awesome. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people kind of label her as like the furry character, which I think isn't fair to the work that those two have done, because Leggy's really appealing. Like, you don't have to be a furry for her to be appealing, and that's really cool. So good for them to making that happen. Her line count isn't like, as big as some of the other characters, but I think Leggy is a good example of quality over quantity. She's not really a character that needs to have 5,000 lines. So definitely like what she's got. It's a really creative and kind of a breath of fresh air in terms of the game. I always like characters that have something really unique and new to add, because it's really helpful for writers, especially new ones like me, to have characters that are just so off the wall. Like, it's so much easier to target them and to write stuff with them. So that's why she was one of the first ones that I wrote targets for, beyond just the fact that I thought her name was funny.
Yeah, that used to be Amy. Amy, the character that everybody would target in a unique way.
Nobody talks about Amy anymore. She used to be like the example of a must target.
I am trying to figure out who that is right now.
The cowgirl with
Amy from Bravely Second, the one who shoots her clothes off.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That was like slam dunk superstar material in fall 2017.
I remember her. She was one of the first characters to target Rinka in depth. She was one of the first. All right, Spnanon, BokuMan. What are your thoughts on Leggy?
I mean, I haven't actually played against her for various reasons, but I do think she's a very well-made model, and she definitely has a lot of potential for getting targeted and whatnot. Hell, I think that once a very specific model is done, then she's definitely going to get targeted by that character, and I think you know which one I'm referring to.
Yeah, I do. You talking about Gundam Tanaka?
Yes!
That will be interesting, you're right.
Yeah, he'll definitely target her.
For those out of the loop, Gundam Tanaka is a Danganronpa character Boku and I are going to work on together, and he's the ultimate animal breeder, so that'll be fun.
Yeah.
As in he fucks goats and monkeys?
No. He breeds them, like, with each other.
So he fucks goats and monkeys and sheep, horses.
He's not Welsh.
Chickens. That's racist, Joe. You should apologize.
Nah, we've said worse.
Fortunately, I don't think any Amish people will watch this video.
I kind of wish they would. BokuMan, any other thoughts on Leggy?
Not really. I'm just going to point out shoutouts to the model creator. That was some very good work.
Alrighty. Spnanon, what about you?
Oh yeah, she's good. It's hard for me to like make up comments about like characters that are just being added to the main game, because most of the time my opinion has not changed.
Yeah, when we went over them before on testing.
Yeah. I
Give
think
me
she's
some
a great
rundown.
example of using the pose maker to liven up little poses slightly. She might come from the most esoteric source, just like some random ass cartoon that happened to be taken up by -8. It's like from the 50s. Like that's not even a well-known thing from the 50s. It's like on the level of like Wile E. Coyote or something. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, Wile E. Coyote's pretty well known.
I just mean like the kind of cartoon that it is,
Yeah,
where it's
yeah,
just a really brief short.
I know what you mean. I agree. My thoughts on Leggy haven't changed much since the first time. I agree that she's definitely an example of quality over quantity. She fills a few niches. I'm always down for that like southern accent. I'm not gonna lie, completely biased.
She's got a strong, distinct voice with that.
Yeah.
And I enjoy Revy being like, I'm from New York and I hate the way you fuckers talk. I can't understand what you're saying.
Damn Yankees.
SPNatI Civil War. I'm really interested in how she'll be performing in the resort because it's the first time we've ever had a character like her. And I'm interested to see where those numbers will go.
How often do we have resorts, by the way?
About every 3 months, give or take.
It's 4 months.
Oh, okay. About every 4 months, then.
It used to be 3 months. Now they're just they're twisting the knife, making us wait even longer.
Alrighty.
It's like the sword of Damocles perched above our heads for another month. All of our characters are just thrown to the sharks.
So next up is Caulifla from Dragon Ball Super. She's been added to the main game.
I'm glad that you introduced her because I had no idea how to pronounce it correctly.
Don't rely on me for pronouncing things correctly.
I thought it was Caulifla, but apparently I just saw some clips of the dub in Super, and it's Caulifla.
Okay, so I think
Jiren sounds weird in the dub.
I'm pretty sure it's based on
cauliflower, yeah.
So yeah,
which might be the worst vegetable.
I disagree. You can make some pretty good cauliflower if you know how to cook it.
And it kicks butt in fondue.
All you really need is some, well, actually, Emmy explains basically my opinions on cauliflower because I figured why not. So if you want to know my opinions on cauliflower, go play with Emmy and Caulifla.
Nice advertising.
Are there sayings named after like spinach or tomatoes? Because those are the best.
Tomatoes are fruit.
There's carrot, dude.
Tomatoes are fruits, banana.
Tomatoes are biologically fruits. However, legally, for trade reasons, I believe they're classed as vegetables.
Wait, for real? Or did you just pull that out of your ass? Oh my god, that's stupid. That's
well,
like how
carrots, like carrot. Isn't there a guy?
Maybe that's pumpkins. Pumpkins are the same way.
And like how strawberries aren't berries.
What is the definition of a berry?
Some bullshit. It's like an avocado is a berry, but a strawberry isn't.
A banana is a berry too.
So yeah, Caulifla was a lot of fun for me to write lines for.
Don't you fucking ignore me.
I'm gonna
do it. You'll be here all night.
Yeah. I hope that my lines for her aren't super unoriginal. I imagine a lot of people are going to make the cauliflower joke. But I did it anyway because I didn't really know what else to do. But it's definitely a character I wanted to target because she's really good. I like strong women, so it's awesome to have more in the game. I like the strong personality that she has. So basically, yeah, that's what I have to say about her. She's awesome. I really like playing with her. She's really cool.
Alrighty, BokuMan, what about you?
Not to sound like a broken record, but I haven't actually played against Caulifla.
Hey man, did you have any preparation for this podcast at all?
No.
It's fine.
Yeah,
We're running a tight ship here.
yeah. I'm gonna play with her later today, maybe. And
It's
yeah,
fine.
but yeah, her design is really fucking good. I like strong women in this game, so she's definitely a good she's definitely a good addition. Besides, with the classic series as Dragon Ball, we were bound to get more than just launch sooner or later.
Hey, we have
Vidal.
Vidal.
I feel like I might upset some of the old school guys by saying this, but I think confident characters are a lot more appealing than some of the older, like, embarrassed ones are. They're just more fun.
But you're
totally
right.
agree.
You're absolutely right.
Embarrassed characters are they never say anything interesting.
Yeah.
Zux and Hanako.
I
mean,
like
Hanako
writing
is
characters that are really not necessarily confident, but just confrontational, because then they'll get their opinions out there and make sort of leave an impression when they have targeted lines. I don't want someone that's like super okay with what's going on. I want to be able to write Revi and look at Erafuda and just be like, "Hey, what's up, you fat piece of shit?"
Oh boy, then it's gonna.
Don't get me started with Erafuda.
All right.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Boku, do you have anything else to say about Caulifla?
Nah, not really.
All right. How about you give your thoughts on Caulifla?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Is it my turn? It's been too long.
Yeah, BokuMan already finished.
All right. Caulifla is I'm torn. I think she's a very well done character. She has a great model, also by Metalitar, who I think better than any of the other either of the other Dragon Ball characters really captures the Toriyama art style properly. She makes great use of the pose maker with her Super Saiyan stuff.
Yes, she does.
I do think she could use a lot more of like sexualized dialogue. Maybe it does. I don't know. Would a Saiyan really
Saiyans are a proud warrior race.
be
super easy to play that up?
Well, there's that, but I do wonder if like would a Saiyan really be into a table full of humans? Like, wouldn't they just not smell right?
I guess it depends on the human, right? I mean, Goku and Vegeta had no problem with it.
That's kind of a pet peeve I have with the game. I feel like there's so many characters that come in and are just like, oh, a bunch of humans. I'm better than you.
What? You mean like OP characters that
just characters that aren't human and just kind of come in and just seem to only talk about not being human.
Like who?
Well, Erafuda does it, Palutena does it. I don't really want to give you an entire list, but there are a lot of characters that do that.
I know that that's a character trait that pisses Kamina off, so I should do something with that.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, Kamina versus Caulifla. Let's make it happen.
I'd watch that. That'd be awesome.
Kamina just yeah, he'll take the inspirational approach to like, you can't put humans down, we'll always overcome.
Yeah.
I've kind of been doing that with Maya a little bit, but obviously she takes the more reserved approach. Like we're known for our technology and for overcoming a difference in physical strength. We didn't conquer the earth by being the strongest animals.
Imagine if the Kool-Aid man came in and was like, well, I'm a big jar of liquid. You guys have no chance. Humans can't hold this much Kool-Aid.
I think a big missed opportunity with Super was just, okay, Caulifla was basically female Goku, and they hit it off immediately. Goku doesn't really give a shit about his family, and he's not really all that into Chi-Chi.
Are you advocating NTR now?
The instant he smelled Caulifla, he should have been like, oh, that's why. Because I want to fuck a Saiyan girl. That's why it's never felt right.
This will go down in history as Spnanon advocates NTR.
I'm not saying he actually fucks her. It just has that moment of clarity. But anyway. Yeah, so I'm torn because I think she's really well done. She could use a little more like the getting into the sexual aspects of the game. I think that's something that a lot of writers probably shy away from more than they have to. But I guess it kind of makes sense for her. I do like how she gets a little more embarrassed towards the end. I hate how she was given pubic hair, but I guess it makes sense. But then again, Toriyama's characters don't have any body hair. There's not a single hair on Goku's chest.
Most anime characters don't.
I bet you the reason for that is it would be a pain in the ass to animate it.
It would be a pain in the ass to draw it. That's literally his mindset. He made up Super Saiyan so he wouldn't have to ink Goku's hair.
Alright.
I'm not making that up.
Yep, it's real.
But the real reason I'm torn on Caulifla is that she has all those good things, and I just don't like her character in Super at all. Everything about it makes me mad. Why are the Saiyans string beans? Why are they all pussies? Why are they continuing the Super Saiyan bargain sale? Why can she go Super Saiyan just from fucking back tingles? Krillin should have to die for her. Why don't they have tails? It annoys me.
Toriyama forgot.
It's definitely a bizarre situation we have now, where the only really well-known, like really heavily like Rule 34 Dragon Ball character that we have in the game now is Videl, and the other two are Caulifla and Launch, who are pretty niche picks. You'd think we'd have like Bulma and Chi-Chi, but no, we have Launch and Caulifla, and Videl is the only one who's really kind of mainstream. Like, you know, you'd think it'd be like Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Android 18. So the lineup is pretty strange at this point.
It's always interesting when there's a character that you just hate, but they're done so well in SPNatI that you still like them. So it's kind of saying a lot if you hate a character but still like them in the game.
Why don't they have tails? Why don't they have tails and go?
I don't understand. Why are they
interesting.
supposed to have tails?
What?
Why are they supposed to have tails?
Because Saiyans have fucking tails.
Had them in Dragon Ball. Since Dragon Ball Episode 1.
What? I never noticed that.
Not Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball.
Goku literally has a tail. In the first episode of Dragon Ball Z, Gohan has a tail. The entire Saiyan saga it ends with Gohan having a tail and turning Great Ape and just falling on Vegeta.
I mean, it's based on the Journey to the West, where Goku is a literal fucking monkey.
Yeah, a monkey man.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of the Berenstain Bear conspiracy theory?
The Mandela effect?
Where everyone remembers something.
That's just people who would rather believe that alternate universes merge than they just have a bad memory.
Yeah.
I'm having one of those moments where I was never a huge fan of Dragon Ball, but I watched it when I was little. Whenever it was on, I never noticed anyone having tails in that show.
Well,
they lose them pretty quickly.
Here's the thing: by the time Namek starts, you never see a tail again. So I wouldn't blame you. But that's like the second arc of Dragon Ball Z.
And
none of them have tails.
Goku gets his tail cut off or removed in
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, like while fighting Pilaf at the end of the first arc.
It gets removed. He doesn't have it for a while. He grows it back pretty quickly, and then he has it again, and then he gets it removed when he becomes an adult. Because Kami gave him a choice between either removing his tail or blowing up the moon again.
Anyway.
Yeah, and then Gohan has a tail, and then Vegeta has a tail, and those both get cut off, and then Trunks doesn't have a tail for some reason. And then Goten doesn't have a tail because Toriyama forgot. And Trunks doesn't have a tail because Toriyama forgot.
Anyway,
Nappa has a tail too.
Caulifla,
and so does Raditz.
Caulifla looks pretty good.
But she should have a tail.
That's Toriyama's mistake, not Boanerger's.
Just bizarre character choice.
I mean,
Yeah,
because
well,
I wanna have a-
I can appreciate picking a strong punch girl
Yeah.
from a real an obscure strong punch girl from a well-known series.
Her being a Saiyan and an alien might annoy people like Corky, but it does open up a lot of potential character interactions, which I do like. It's just, I don't know. I wish they chose like Sarapa from the Bardock special, who's a little bit more of like what a female Saiyan should be, in my opinion. She's got muscles, she's got a tail, she's got a scouter. Or like those OC Saiyan girls that like Plague of Gripes drew.
Okay, that's strong, but I don't know. I think that it was a good choice because none of those characters went Super Saiyan. And the Super Saiyan gimmick is really strong here, especially with the pose maker.
It's done really well. I think it kind of flies over most characters' heads because even without that, Caulifla is already like completely OP compared to everybody else. And so a lot of people are just going to be like, what the fuck? Why did you go turn blonde? What did that do? I can crush continents now. It's like, you could do that before.
I mean, the only real character I think that needs a tail that's a Super Saiyan is Ultra Instinct Shaggy.
Oh god.
Oh yeah. I guess she doesn't have the highest power level in the game because El Shaggy Blanco could stop everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to just hear my Dragon Ball hot takes all day long, I think Super Saiyan is dumb.
Super Saiyan 4 has the best design. Super Saiyan 3 has the best transformation scene, but it looks stupid as hell.
Super Saiyan 4. No, okay, look. Okay,
there's a fourth one now?
That was GT.
That was in GT. That's been out for 20 years.
Oh my god.
Joe, just cut all this shit out. I can just go on a rampage about how I don't like Super Saiyan.
No, okay. We'll get to it later. We do have
Just cut it out. Put it at the end.
Yeah, that's my plan. Don't worry. For now, I'm gonna get back to Caulifla. I'll move parts of it to the end. Caulifla's good. I like her. I like her poses. I like her dialogue. I'm a sucker for punch girls. That's the patrician's choice.
Make her more sexual.
Punch girl, what do you mean?
Punch girls who punch things. Simple as that.
That's my only advice. Character choice is notwithstanding. Just go all in on the Saiyan thing and be like, ooh, you want to fuck a Saiyan? I wonder what a human would be like. They're kind of weak, but I guess I could push them around in bed. Might be fun.
Have her curious why Vegeta and Goku, some stupidly strong Saiyans, would settle for humans.
That's a little different though, because they're going for human women.
Well, yeah, but,
I think it would be pretty interesting. I think that's
you can make it work. All right.
See, that's another good reason to have like a Universe 7 Saiyan, like the main universe, because like, I guess I should breed with a human because there's no Saiyans left.
Well, I'm never going to disparage somebody for what character they pick, because generally people pick characters that they really like, and everyone's always going to be better at writing their favorite characters than one that's just popular.
Yeah, she's not a terrible character choice. It's just my own hot takes about Dragon Ball. I could nerd rage about it all day. Don't even get me started on Tien.
Oh, don't get me started on Tien.
Tien is my boy. Tien is the human that never gave up, goddammit, and he gets shit on for it.
Let me defend Hanako for just a second. At least with her, she has like an actual reason to be embarrassed. It's like a really important part of her character.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the shy characters I can appreciate in the cast.
What's Hanako's reason for being embarrassed?
Are you for real?
Is
that a real question, or are you
no, it's genuine.
Okay, so Hanako,
you might not. Go on.
Yeah, she was in a house fire as a young child and has burns all over her body, and it's kind of turned her into.
They're kind of hard to notice.
Where?
There's like some on her like left pinky, a little bit under her hair. The rest on the rest of her half her fucking body. It's very subtle.
I'm looking at the model right now, dude, and I just don't see it.
Maybe in the next update we can make it more pronounced. That's a lot.
Actually,
I don't understand.
She's
what
right next to
model you're
Navi on the roster, so I think it's just Navi's giving her like radiation burns, like a little mini sun.
So Corky, you want to keep explaining?
Sure. So she basically has like the whole story with her and Castawa Shoujo, however you pronounce that damn game. It's all about her terrible lack of self-esteem and her insecurity. Her insecurity is her downfall in that route, and her relationship with the main character is pretty unhealthy, and it's a little bit controversial at some parts. So it definitely makes sense that she's going to be a little bit shy revealing her entire body, considering that when she did it for someone that she was dating, it was still a huge deal for her to do, and something that she easily was not ready to actually do.
And that's why I've completely ignored that and pretended that this is the Lily route.
For Hanako, okay, for the record, that was not a genuine question. I was just fucking with you.
God damn it! I knew it.
But what I am curious what the unhealthy aspect of their relationship is.
So basically, she is just like at this point where she is so attached to the main character that, and I keep saying main character because I don't know how to pronounce his name, but
Kisao?
Yes,
sure. Let's go.
Then again, I could be wrong.
Learn to Japanese.
Never. So, we actually had a discussion about this on Discord, and it got a little bit heated. But that's what fun conversations are. Basically, in my opinion, she was at this point where she was so attached to Hisao that in order to like prevent this almost paranoid vision of losing him, she decides, I'm gonna have sex with him because that's probably what he wants, even though it's not really what she wanted. So she kind of goes along with it, and Hiso kind of is notoriously like bad at picking up things like that. I mean, he kind of does it with almost every girl in the game, where he just kind of goes for it and isn't really thinking about, oh Jesus, like how is she feeling about this? So it happens, and later on, like in the story, they do have a conversation about it, and she kind of levels with him, like, hey, like I kind of did this because I figured it was what you wanted, and I didn't want to lose you. And the conversation I think is really well written afterwards, and I probably would have hated the route if it never happened. But when they did talk about it, I think they had a lot of growth. And I think it's kind of interesting to see that kind of relationship portrayed in a game that was created by just a bunch of random people on 4chan.
It's a shame we can't get those people in our SPNatI Eiko threads.
Well, it's
Instead of
interesting
a
to
bunch
say
of people
that.
whining about how popular characters aren't in the game.
I wish they could. I wish that the people who wrote Hanako would just come and write Hanako for me, because I never feel like I'm gonna be content with her.
It's interesting that you say that, though, because I see a lot of similarities between Castawa Shoujo and SPNatI, because they're both kind of just like very decentralized, and games were just like a bunch of people just kind of threw something together. But despite that, there's a lot of good stuff in it.
Does Castawa Shoujo have like archives upon archives of weirdos that have come and gone because of the open
the story
nature
of it is actually really interesting, because a lot of people worked on it and then just kind of left because there was so much drama in the behind the scenes, and it's actually kind of a miracle that it ever ended up being finished. Because there was never like one person that was leading the game. I mean, the leader, there was usually like one person that was kind of making a lot of the decisions, but it was always changing, and there was always like disagreements, because again, this wasn't like a professional studio that made it. It was basically just a bunch of guys that kind of came together and was like, hey, let's make this game. It sounds like a cool idea. For example, the guy who wrote Emi's route didn't even want to write her. He wanted to write Rin's route, but it was already kind of taken. So he's like, okay, I'll write Emi. And subsequently ended up writing my favorite route in the game.
Hanako's was originally going to be like 3 different bad endings, and you had to do Lily's route to get a good ending.
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of consider that kind of making it into the game anyway, because a lot of people say, and it's something that I agree with, that Hanako is way better off in Lily's route than she is in her own. And it kind of ties back into my opinion that she's not really ready to have a healthy relationship in the game.
All this from one single page in the hentai doujin.
Yeah. It's just funny because Hanako is probably the least likely character in the game to play strip poker, but I think that that she's pulled off pretty well in SPNatI, all things considered.
Why did you
Thank
make
you.
Hanako?
I like her. Best girl from Castawa Shoujo. Why did you make Maya?
The whole unhealthy relationship thing didn't bother you?
I mean, I'm not going to pretend like it was my favorite scene in the game, but I just relate to Hanako in a couple different ways. I'll probably just
Isn't this the Castawa Shoujo podcast?
Well, we do have...
Well, you got 3 creators of Castawa Shoujo characters on right now. I don't know what you expected.
I feel like if we had Yuri
you didn't do Maya's route in Castawa Shoujo?
I feel like if we had Yuri and Sentimental Rotom on at the same time, it'd be a little out of hand.
Yeah.
But anyway,
How can a Rotom be sentimental?
ask him yourself. But first, so let's move to Palutena before this goes for another hour and we get a repeat of the Sonic class.
The
Every
Dragon
single
Ball
character
podcast.
in our podcast this week is characters that I had no idea about the source material.
I can run a fucking clinic on you with Dragon Ball.
So let's move to Palutena. Corky?
Well, he just said he didn't like her.
Oh, I didn't say I didn't like.
He said he didn't know her source.
There was that pet peeve with the whole like, oh, you're human, I'm a god. I don't know. It makes sense for her character, and I guess that's kind of the gist of how I feel about Palutena. She seemed a little bit bland to me, but again, I don't know her source material, so take my opinions with a huge grain of salt. I'm sure that she's probably supposed to act the way that she does in the game. It's just not really like the kind of character that is like my favorite kind of character. So that's why like she doesn't really stand out to me as like, wow, I really want to play with that character again. So nothing to take away from those who worked on her. What I saw was definitely not like low quality or anything, just like not really fitting within my preference.
All right. BokuMan, what about you?
I actually didn't notice she was gone until it was announced that she was back. So I must say I like the new model.
It's definitely a huge improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely is more like the original model. Or original source material, I mean. Sorry.
Alrighty. Got any other thoughts?
Yeah, well, very good work on the accessories.
Alrighty. Spnanon, what about you?
When I was discussing Maya's and Jura's model updates and how I wanted to make their proportions different and have like thinner legs and longer legs and sort of like more slender builds and smaller heads and just generally more artistic proportions, I guess you could say, more artistic canon and compared to like the chibi style of Kisuke. I think Palutena's change kind of represents that the best. She's had her new model for a while and they were just fixing her hair, so maybe it's hard to remember. But just look at her old model on like that release post, and you can kind of see the difference there in proportion. I think she represents that really well. I like how her hair is a more vibrant green. Is it canon that it just kind of descends into those like pointed ends? Because that doesn't look very godly to me. Like she needs to brush her hair.
Yeah, Palutena's hair is wild.
That's fair.
Then again, the only time you're really going to see her moving around in 3D that isn't in Smash Bros. Is that is a one fight against her and she's being mind controlled. And I was mainly focused on not dying, so
I thought you were going to say you were focused on her tits.
Kid Icarus Uprising is not an easy game when you're trying to 100% it, and you're playing everything on difficulty level 9 the first time you're playing it.
Oh, is that where he got the idea for like difficulty level 9 and Smash?
Yeah, actually, it is, because Sakurai...
He just copies everything from the games he made.
Yeah, pretty much. He worked on Kid Icarus, Kirby, and Smash Brothers, and that's why...
I played Brawl as a kid, and I did the Subspace Emissary. I was like, this is pretty cool. And then I played some Kirby games, and like, oh, Subspace Emissary is just Kirby.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just Kirby starring everyone.
There's some, like, anagram in either... I think, like, there's an anagram in World of Light's Adventure Mode in Japanese or something that translates to something like Kirby Super Story or something. But yeah.
Does it have Gourmet Race?
Yeah, Gourmet Race is in World of Light.
Fucking hell, that was a joke.
There's a Gourmet Race mini game. It's how you unlock DDD.
Does it have Dynablade?
I don't think so. But
all right.
Anyway.
Does it have City Trial?
No.
Anyone who hasn't played Kirby has no fucking clue what I'm talking about.
Dude, I've played Kirby and I have no clue.
I'm raising my hand right now.
Dude, get Kirby. Dude, get in a time machine. Go back to like 2005 and play.
I played Kirby once at a barcade a few months ago.
Play City Trial with your friends when you're 9, and it'll change your life.
I played Kirby 64.
There's no better time in the world.
Oh, trust me, I've already received this rant from a buddy of mine who played it religiously when he was young.
Anyway,
I didn't even have the game. It was just over a friend's house.
That's the best way. That's the best way to play games. Anyway, Spnanon, do you have any other thoughts on Palutena?
So yeah, she looks really good. I've always felt that she could lean a little bit harder into the sexualization aspects too. She seems very aloof, which I guess is sort of the character, but again, that's not terribly interesting to read when you're trying to jack off. I realize that a lot of that is just kind of, porn fanon Palutena. But you could lean into that a little bit in a porn fanon game. I think like it's perfectly like you want to go really hard into the character accuracy at the beginning because who's jacking off at the beginning? Oh, she took off her belt. I'm so excited. But just later on, like you could get into a little bit, or at least make it sound like she's kind of thought about acting that way. Give me something to work with here. So yeah, her model looks really good. I remember I complained about her posing previously for being a little stiff. It has improved. However, I do feel like it's still a little bit like kind of rigid and symmetrical, especially like if you look at like her masturbation poses or something. I think with a god, you could make those a lot more dynamic and interesting with what she's doing. She could like glow with like a heavenly light when she comes or something, or just kind of float in the air, like get creative. So that's just what I'd like to see. She has custom underwear those panties that look pretty cute though.
So,
and no bra. How's that for godly? I guess she can just have them. They'll never sag if she's a god.
What is her ultimate in Smash? I wonder if that could be worked into her finishing in the game.
Alternate costumes?
Ultimate.
No,
Final Smash.
What is it? Final Smash? Thank you.
Black Hole, then Mega Laser. Those are techniques from Kid Icarus Uprising.
Yeah.
Cog and I are like the only 2 people on the Discord who have played that game.
Is the black hole just her asshole?
No. Pit can use it. Pit can use it too. Anyway, Palutena's source.
Is it his asshole?
No.
That's the extent that I know Palutena is from Smash. So
see, here's you don't call it an ultimate in Smash because they don't have supers.
Okay, here's the thing. If you haven't figured out, my terminology with stuff like this is really bad.
You weren't a Nintendo kid?
No.
So Palutena and her source is like she is the goddess of light, but she's not exactly how you'd expect that to be. And that goddess or gods of light are either
she just sexually harasses Pit the whole time.
Completely without fault, or secretly evil. Palutena's kind of just a troll in that she'll like mess with Pit and people as well.
I think the game would sell more if she was just him the whole time.
Well, she like jokes about reading his dirty thoughts at one point because she can read his mind. Anyway, so she's pretty much how she is in the game. Maybe not quite as mischievous. She also has a thing that the art contest concluded a bit ago, and I won Cog's prize. So I literally got 1,000 lines from him to do how I please. And with a couple of them, I'm going to be doing Palutena's guidance, because she's also kind of a mentor-tutor thing, where she'll like tell Pit how to handle situations. And so when she's being played with Pit now, she might have some advice to give.
Oh yeah, that's something I want to see for like every character.
I did not do it for every character.
They should.
Well, that's up to Cog. I just kickstarted it.
So the two of them literally just talk about them like they're not there when they're right in front of them.
They do it in Kid Icarus. It's hilarious.
It's like, what the fuck?
Anyway. Next up is the summer event. Corky, why don't you kickstart us off on that?
So the first thing I have about the summer event is that I'm disappointed I wasn't able to do something for it. I guess.
Same. Same though.
I know.
Are you gonna put Emmy in a big lemon outfit?
I mean, she's already got one of those if you played with her enough. But I know it might be kind of silly to put that much work for an event on a testing table character, but definitely, like, I hope that SPNatI does more stuff like that, because I think it's really fun and it kind of adds some interesting replayability to the game. You know, it's kind of fun to kind of hop in and see, oh, here's something new you can do for like just this little limited amount of time. So I think it's an awesome idea. I hope to see more of it. I hope I'd be shocked if there wasn't, but I hope there's a Halloween event, because I already have a couple ideas for that.
All right. Do you have anything you want to talk about character costumes specifically?
Sure. Let me pour real quick in and look at some of them, because I haven't played with them a lot, but I want to have something to say. I know with Yuri, I've seen a lot of her outfit because I worked on targeting her for a while.
Yuri.
Thank you.
You're not the first person. Don't worry about it. I mess up names all the time.
So I actually think Yuri's outfit for the summer event Yuri's outfit for the summer event looks a lot better than the regular one. So I think that's kind of interesting. In terms of the other ones,
canon alt from some game,
I
or
think
did you just make that up?
I think it's a canon alt from Street Fighter V. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, I honestly think it's more interesting than the one that's normally in the game.
You don't want to fuck a girl who's got MC Hammer pants?
I mean, Caulifla is good.
But yeah,
I swear Jury has a line to Caulifla that's like, what's with the weird pants you're wearing? It's like, you wear the exact same shit.
And yeah, her normal outfit is still really good, don't get me wrong, but I think the summer one is pretty damn cool. I love the hamburger thing going on with Sayaka. I don't know what it means because I don't really know who the character is, but I think it's really funny. Definitely have to love what I assume it was Robotnik. I don't know who did it, but whoever did the model for Monica's summer event is I don't know how they pulled that off.
The base model is Robotnik, but Viz did the costume.
Gotcha. Well, Viz did a really good job because doing stuff like that is really hard in Kisage. So props to that. Zizu's cool. Zizu's always kind of like a character I've liked playing with in the game. So it's cool to kind of see some new stuff with her. That's about all I have to say about it.
Alrighty. BokuMan, what about you?
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I'm really impressed with this year's summer costumes. They're all pretty damn good. Well made, too. I really like the fucking inner tube on Sayaka. But I also really like Monica's outfit too. I would also probably have made a summer outfit for Rin, maybe, but I don't think she would be off the testing tables before then, and I don't think. I don't know what would have worked for her, because I can't really put her in the fucking. I can't really put her in the t-shirt.
There's actually a really funny fan art of the two, of Rin and Emmy, and on the beach. Let me see if I can find it.
I'll edit it into the video if you can find a source for me to credit.
Yeah, let me work on that.
Yeah, because of her arms, I can't. Because of how her arms work, I can't really put a t-shirt on her. The best I could probably do at that point is probably give her a tank top. But yeah.
It's occurring to me that I totally could have done Hanako's casual clothes with a hat.
I'm honestly surprised you didn't go with the casual clothes, because I think
it's very difficult to make an alt for Hanako. Because I didn't do the burns. Yuri did.
This does remind me, though, that I think Rodom is gonna make the jumpsuit that Rin wears as an alt for Rin.
Neat.
At some point.
Alrighty. Any other thoughts?
Not right now, no.
Okay. Spnanon, what about you?
I mean, I never really approach the addition of alt costumes with all that much excitement, but I do like targeting them, just because, like I like to give it a different context, where basically they've had a previous game with them, like with their normal outfits. So seeing them again in an alt costume, they can greet them like someone they actually know, which just gives me it's fun to write lines that are a little bit different than just first impressions. Like, oh, hello again, Ryuji. Or in the case of Monica, it's like, oh god, it's the girl that made me nauseous the last time I played for reasons I don't understand. But yeah. Fun to target. I don't really get into it that much personally. I just like playing characters the way they normally are. I just feel bad for making Phonebox, who did Cupid Maya. He's going to have to redo all those images for her new model. I'm sorry.
I found that picture.
Alright, did you find a source for it so I can credit the artist as well?
I think I did. It looks like the source to me, because it's on like some website I've never heard of, but it looks like it's the source.
If not, I can spend about, I don't know, hour and a half doing some detective work.
Well, there's a post on Reddit, and it listed this as the source, so I'm assuming it's correct. I like the picture because it kind of plays off that duality that Ren and Emmy have, where like Emmy's just kind of got her simplicity, like just I'm having a good time, and Ren's just like, let me make a fucking masterpiece. She builds this huge castle. I think it's awesome. So yeah, maybe next year we can do something based on that.
Yeah, that's that. I think so. Keep that image saved, by the way, in preparation for next year.
Alrighty. I didn't have enough time to like really go in depth on all the alts, but I do like juries because biker chicks are cool-lad. Monica's great. I love the transparency on the dress thing. I'm surprised Lara Shell got one, because I thought that I guess now that we've moved and we don't have to worry about space files and stuff, that explains it. Ryuji I appreciate, because he's like, it's not often that male characters get ults. Sheena's was the one that kind of inspired the entire idea of it happening. But more than any of the costumes, I really like the new background.
New background is great.
That's pretty good.
While you brought up Ryuji, if I can butt in for a second, I just want to say how happy I am that Thursday took the time to make Ryuji now that I've actually played Persona 5 because he's fucking hilarious. So props for Thursday for making that happen.
Alrighty. Now, some other stuff came kind of last minute that we're not going to be able to get to. Or I guess we can, but I didn't put it on the document, so it's up to you guys if we want to wait till the next episode to do it, because it kind of happened, and I didn't have the time to put it on the document, but Sola got added to testing, and Mulan got added back to the main game.
Yeah, too much shit to keep up with these days.
Yeah.
Not really, it's just that it happens like a couple of hours ago. Like less than
Everything that happens, I'm just gonna be like, oh, we got to talk about that now.
Yep.
Who was that other Sola?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Legend of the Dark Witch.
Okay, let me look for that.
She's from Ziza's thing.
Right. I don't even see that in the game, so...
Weird.
Oh, okay, I found it. Yeah, I haven't played with her yet, so I don't really have any comments.
Alright, we can go over it next episode. With all that out of the way, along with Mulan, with all that out of the way, it's time to go over our upcoming projects. Corky, why don't you start us off?
Well, I've talked a little bit about what I'm working on with her. I'm trying to get her ready for sponsorship. I haven't really been working recently as quickly as I had hoped, but she's getting there. Basically, on the agenda for her, I'm trying to get a few more targets done for maybe 4 or 5 more characters. I'm going to try to write a bunch of more lines, basically for some weird situations, like basically paying attention to, this is happening at this part of the game, just more situational stuff. I want to finally finish her masturbating stuff because that's probably the stuff I'm the worst at writing at, so I've put it off all this time. So I got to get that done. I'm going to go through all the lines and kind of look at some of the stuff that I wrote months ago before I knew what I was doing, kind of fix them up, try to get an epilogue together, and then put her up for sponsorship. So basically, that's the plan with her. I'm having a lot of fun doing it. I'm at the part where I get to just kind of banter off of other characters, which is honestly the most fun because sometimes it's real hard to write some of the default stuff sometimes because you're just gosh, there's only so much source material to build off of with Katana Shoujo.
Minor clothing. The part that gets me the hardest. Accessories are pretty easy. Majors, all right. But minor clothing, it's
well, at least with Emmy, she has a lot to say about shoes, and I have plans to add more for that stuff. So I have kind of a cop-out for that. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean for some of the minor stuff, because it's just it's hard to just sit down and write line after line.
Whenever I write a set of just really nice, in-character, generic lines that they're natural, but they tell you something about the character, and they're everything works out. It's just it's better than sex.
If I can add, I just remembered a detail about Nami, I think her name is the new One Piece character. I noticed. Thank you. I noticed with her, and this might sound like a nitpick. I've noticed that she does a lot of telling instead of showing. That's that common storytelling thing where you want to kind of show the audience your character instead of telling them. I know that's really hard to do in this game to not just tell the audience, but for example, what was that wristband that she said was her friends? She's I felt I think a lot of people are going to disagree with me on this. I noticed that she says multiple times hey, this is really important to me, kind of had almost she was basically holding up an electric sign telling the audience this is important to me. I know that some people need that. I was getting complaints that Emmy wasn't talking enough about her legs, and I'm well gosh, she already mentions it this many times. And I guess some people are just not reading every line, but I don't really I kind of want to assume that the audience kind of knows what they're doing, and I don't like holding their hand. So that's just kind of the way I like writing things. So that might come down to personal opinion, but that's just something I noticed that like, and again, I think she'll benefit more from when other characters target her and she can more naturally talk about those things. But
Well,
I would
everyone
just
does. Everyone does benefit from that.
exactly. I do think though, like she would benefit maybe if some of her character traits were gotten across a little bit more subtly and not just here's my motivations. Oh, and here's what I care about. You know.
Yeah, I mean, with if you're trying to show and not tell in a game like this, it can be tough without getting the really, really advanced posing stuff. Best I can say is kind of just reflect their opinions in their attitude, and like not necessarily stating it out loud. Like Maya's eyepiece is pretty important to her, or it's more like a headpiece, but I just ended up calling it her eyepiece. And the way I try to convey that in a little more natural way is just like she just gets really like even more quiet than usual when she takes it off, you know? There's just a lot of ellipses and she like doesn't complete her sentences suddenly. And I don't know. She just kind of clams up.
Right.
So like that's the kind of thing you could do. You know, and if the audience, if the reader has any ability to sort of read emotions and you deliver the right emotion, then you can kind of get a sense of it. At a certain point, you do want to explain some stuff in some way, even if it's just hints, because you know a lot of people might not know the source of your character.
Definitely.
But it's a tough balancing act. That's why
Right.
generic lines, getting them right, is just like, love it. That's amore.
Here's something that Boku and I can kind of both talk your ears off about in terms of having Ren and Emmy together. I'm sure you guys can imagine it's hard. There's a lot of challenges when writing a character who doesn't have arms playing strip poker. So we've been kind of going back and forth, and it's definitely a challenge, like what to do when like Emmy and Ren are playing together, because in the game that they're from, it's mentioned that Emmy like helps Ren like get ready in the morning. So like it would make sense. Oh yeah, like Emmy should definitely help her strip and everything. It's just the logistics of doing that in SPNatI are not easy. So it's something that we're gonna have to figure out here pretty soon.
Yeah, you'll have to talk to Rodham about that.
And right, we've been doing that a lot. Basically, we're trying to find a solution where we can use the pose creator to kind of shorten the image space that we would need, so that we don't have to make a different combination for both characters in every single possible stage that they're in. But yeah, definitely not something that I'm looking forward to figuring out. It's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah.
All right. And do you have any plans for characters after Emmy, or are you gonna just continue to iterate upon her?
I definitely do. There's one character that I'm really excited to work on. I'm not really ready to announce who it is yet, but I think a lot of people are going to be really excited.
Can you give us a hint?
So it's somebody from My Hero Academia.
Oh, now I'm interested. And I bet Nmasp was gonna be excited for that too. He's been looking for a reason to get writing Ochiko again.
I hope it's Toru.
I've got a model.
Yeah, everybody has her.
Okay. BokuMan, what about you?
Well, I do have a few projects right now as well. I mean, beyond Rin, of course, but I think I've already gone over that a lot now. I think I'm pretty satisfied with how I've done the model, and and that update will be applied pretty soon, I think. It depends on when Rodham is ready to do that. But yeah. But beyond Rin, I've also got... well, I already disclosed earlier that I'm making a certain... the model for a certain...
Danganronpa 2 character.
Yeah. So he's gonna be pretty interesting, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm gonna help with some of the writing too. I mean, Shuni characters they're fun to write.
Yeah, this is gonna be real fun. People thought I self-inserted the Kamina. No, you haven't seen anything yet.
But beyond that, I also probably should mention that I'm also a co-writer on Poppy.
From
Harpy.
Monster Musume.
Yeah. So that's probably gonna be good, assuming that me, Cody, and Addict actually get together and finish writing her. But yeah, I hope that she'll end up being pretty good. She'll definitely be fun once she hits the testing tables. And I'm not going to spoil anything, but there are some... she's going to have some surprises too. And what else? Oh yeah, I also have... I think it's been known a bit that this is... Vision is has offered to write for Lily, because I do have my Lily model. And I do think I need to update it a bit before I send the finished posters to him, but...
oh boy! Yeah. Should I just put off writing those Hanako lines towards Emmy until the Lily appears? Because I feel like the second I finish those lines, Lily's gonna pop out.
So are we gonna have an entire like Castawa Shoujo tape? Or are we gonna have the whole cast before we get Yuri Doki Doki?
Maybe?
Yeah, baby.
Viz is working on both Lily and Yuri Doki Doki, so it's really all in his hand.
Yeah.
How would a blind player even play strip poker?
Oh,
very carefully.
I think that would be funny if she was just in the throw AI the whole time because she can't see the cards, and so she just like lost every round.
I think that the idea is that she's gonna have like braille cards or something.
Yeah, that's probably the way we can solve this, because braille card exists.
It's probably a good thing I'm not making her then, because I would just think it would be too funny just to be like, oh, I can't see these cards. I hope they're good.
You'd have to have somebody telling her that she lost her one. All right, Spnanon, what about you?
Did I lose again?
I'm not done yet.
Oh, you've got more?
Yeah, there's one more thing I need to mention, because I've been putting this off far too long, and this is my solo project.
Oh, is it who I think it is?
It's Akagi, yes.
Nice.
I'll need to get back to work on her.
Akagi is a boat girl from a different boat gacha game than Shimakaze.
Yes.
How many boat gacha games are there?
More than one? Less than... There's 3, I think, that get talked about in the Discord. There's Azur Lane, Concol, and there's some other one, I think, that I have no idea about. Is that right?
Yeah, I think... I mean, there are a few more, because... Let's face it, there are a lot of games that are trying to cash in on Kantai Collection's success, but I think Azur Lane is the most popular of them, because that actually kind of superseded the Kantai Collection's popularity by this point. Also, it has a better Akagi.
Yeah, so I've seen your I've seen you've been working on her for a while. I love a lot of the facial expressions in the poses that I've seen of her.
Oh, yes. She definitely has a few really intense ones, like this one, for instance.
This one, it's loading. I'll edit it in.
Oh, goodness.
There we go. So yeah, that one is going to be really good to use, especially if there's another yandere character like Monica on the table.
Or Tharja. Tharja.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Yeah,
I was pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah,
But nothing
yeah.
new there.
Yeah,
Is-
she's
I don't
definitely
under-
gonna need to target Tharja.
Does she just have like a crazy cape thing? Like, what's going on behind her?
I think Azure Lane characters, they're boats, and so like the boats also like are behind them or something.
So when you said boat girl, you meant she's literally a boat.
She is much like Shimikaze, she is the personification of a boat, an actual boat.
She like an aircraft carrier?
Yeah, she is! Aircraft carriers are the best kind of boat.
We're getting a lot of personifications of objects in the game all of a sudden.
Aircraft.
Are you sure she's a boat? Because you just posted a picture or a pose, and it kind of looks like the cartoon aftermath of like being shot in the face, where you're just like covered in soot and your hair is like everywhere.
That's an alt, by the way. The last one.
Yeah, that was just more to show off the boat she's... Oh, never mind. So yeah, Kagi, she's an aircraft carrier. Aircraft carriers are fucking coolest! The only thing cooler than an aircraft carrier is a flying aircraft carrier. And you
Do we have a
cannot change my
pilot?
mind.
Do we have a pilot in the game?
Why would you need an aircraft carrier? That is the aircraft.
Spnanon, just accept the rule of cool into your heart. Also, we have a couple pilots, Maya, Jura, but it's not quite the same.
What?
Maya and Jura are pilots. Somebody asked if we have pilots in the game.
Who asked that?
I did.
Oh yeah.
I do.
See,
hope
when you have
somebody
a spaceship, that makes sense because then your little fleet of fighters just come out of it,
Yeah.
like the antibodies.
I do hope somebody makes Enterprise sometime, because that would cause some real banter with Akagi, because she hates Enterprise's guts.
I've had a lot of fun writing lines for Arafuda because I imagine that Emian would just absolutely hate her.
Yeah. Speaking of Castawa Shoujo characters again,
Oh, why would we do anything else?
This is the Castawa Shoujo.
I'm glad that we're in agreement on that.
yeah, but I figure sometime I probably just should make Miki, but just to make a model. It's good for epilogues. I mean,
Now, here's the thing. I don't remember her. Oh, no. Yeah, okay, I remember her now.
Let me get a picture of her.
I'll edit
You
it
can throw it
in.
on the podcast.
Yeah, I'll do that. While we do that, do you have any other upcoming projects, Boku?
I don't think so. Not unless I get back to work on Doppel, but I've kind of not worked on her for a while because, well, she's kind of complicated because in the first stage she's supposed to impersonate another character, and I was thinking of having it be a random character from the cast. But yeah, that's a little bit complicated. I think I want to go with something simple for my first solo project before I do Doppel. Anyway, I think that I'm done right now.
Alrighty. Spnanon, what about you?
Upcoming characters, you mean?
Just any plans?
Yeah, upcoming projects. We kind of got sidetracked yet again. That's
Yeah.
how you know it's going to be a good episode. when I get fired up about Dragon Ball, and then the guests talk about something else. Yeah, so I've just been in like full dialogue mode, just responding to characters, and I've been trying to move into like targeting some of the newer characters proactively, but just people keep writing their responses to my responses, and I have to go back and do that. I just have like layers of priority of like what to do first. So it's like responses and then targeting and then like any kind of image work. So if one thing isn't done, it's like the hierarchy of needs. Like that needs to be done, and then I can move on to anything below it. I've actually been really recently engaging with prompt markers a lot more, which I think is definitely a powerful thing that a lot more people could use, which is just like on a random hand line, a character will like bring up a topic that they ask the whole table. So like Maya asks, like I'm not from this planet, so like what are some cool places on Earth to go see? And Say asks like, does anyone want any drinks? Or like what do you think about butt stuff? And that's just fun to engage with, and it's really a great chance to either get some characters to target you, or just to really show what your character is like, and infuse a lot of personality into that. So I've been engaging with that a lot. There was a very interesting post that came up on the subreddit a few days ago, which was some guy asking him for characterization feedback on Tatsumaki, the Esper from One Punch Man. And he seemed like, if he's asking for characterization, then he seemed pretty serious about making her. So, who knows if it'll go anywhere. But it got me thinking about the Fubuki model that I just have lying around. I've basically been kind of just tinkering with for almost a year now, when I kind of just started it on a whim. So I think she's coming along pretty nicely. She's probably pretty close to like posing ready. And again, I'm not at the point where I have the personal time to really dive into making her just yet, but I might get around to it now that I have a model basically done. So you never know. It's really just always comes down to free time.
Have any of you dabbled into using the recipe thing in a new character editor?
Not yet done it, but I'm probably going to.
I would like to see people kind of uploading a collection of those. It would be really helpful just to kind of be able to write a lot of situations without everyone needing to go in and doing them all by hand.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. We could almost, I think it'd be best to just collate them somehow.
Exactly, yeah.
Like do a big doc.
Right.
Character editor DLC.
Anything that you think is an interesting situation to target. But yeah, so might make Fubuki, who's, if you don't know, that's Tatsumaki's sister. Like they both have psychic powers. Now I don't know if that'll ever happen. If the guy who wants to make Tatsumaki ends up finishing her and getting her in there before I make Fubuki, I don't know. I'll probably shy away from that project then, because that would be a little hypocritical of me to add like another franchise rep like that. When I have bemoaned that recently. So we'll see. I don't necessarily think that it needs 2 reps. So I don't know, especially when they'd be relatively similar. I don't know. You could do some fun stuff with that, but the fact that they're related, and it's just a matter of I've never made a character that wasn't part of a pre-existing, or that was part of a pre-existing franchise, except for Jura, but that was of my own creation. And if I was doing that now, I probably would decide against that today. So, but like Revi, Revi doesn't have a franchise mate. Ryuka doesn't have a franchise mate. Maya was by herself for a time. So I've never really just added to a franchise that like someone else did, and have to work with them on like, what are we establishing as canon? And given that would be a little hypocritical for me, I don't know if I'd go in that direction. So it's really just, if that Tatsumaki project really ever comes to fruition. So I guess we'll see.
I'm surprised that you're so strongly opinionated against like having a lot of people from one source.
You haven't ever listened to an entire episode of a podcast, have you?
I have not. No.
I haven't always been like this. If I was, then I probably wouldn't have made Jura.
Well, I won't
It's-
dive deep into it if you've already talked about it like every episode, but
Well, it's also a question on this episode.
that's true.
Well, you can go ahead and be. I mean, I don't know if again, like I don't think there should be a rule that you can't do that. I just think like maybe it's not the best idea to continue piling on the characters like that. So I probably shouldn't try to contribute to that.
I see what you mean.
So on the opposite end of the spectrum, my upcoming projects, I've been thinking about doing another Fire Emblem character.
Oh,
I'm mostly joking.
mostly.
But hey, I can't see the future.
Can we throw up that list somebody made the other day of the 5 like most represented source materials?
You could probably already tell. Fire Emblem, Ruby, Street Fighter.
Pokemon.
Castawa Shoujo's getting up there now.
I'm
Pokemon technically counts, but each and every one of them is like,
with the exception of Misty.
Misty is going places.
Yeah.
Roxy had potential, but she died immediately.
I've been thinking about Dorothea from Fire Emblem Three Houses. I made a model. I'm not sure yet. Part of me is saying yes, but another part of me, the most part of me is saying, am I going to want to keep performing upkeep on this character? I think I can make them unique and fun in a way that hasn't been done before. But at the same time, I don't know if I'm interested in going in and performing that upkeep. I'm not sure if that's something I want to commit to. That said, I will be making a model of a Fire Emblem Three Houses character for Floor, the guy who's currently working on Tharja. He's expressed some interest in doing a character from Three Houses. And also, there's a guy on the Discord who's been thinking about writing some dialogue for Celica from Fire Emblem Echo Shadows of Valentia, and I might help him out on that too, because Fire Emblem models are difficult to make, guys. They have some really complicated
You would
designs.
think that would stop more people.
I mean, I've only done one of them so far, and it was Soleil from Fate, and she's actually very hard to do. It's mostly the vest, because that whole, what's it called? The
armor?
Yeah. It's a type of style the armor has, like the...
Why don't you post a picture for your model, and I'll edit it in.
Yeah, let's see here. Like, here we go. It's the whole crisscross pattern.
Yeah.
Looks like it'd be a nightmare to make in case again.
Yeah, I actually did manage to do that, but it's also...
Can you show us what you got, or?
Yeah, I can show you a little bit.
I just now realized how grateful I am that most of the characters whose models I've undertaken have basically just big solid colors for their outfits. Don't have to do any complicated, like, imagine a character that wears plaid.
I mean, she's nowhere near
Ryuji.
perfect. I haven't even started on the shoulder pad.
So yeah, if okay, the long and short of my hot takes for why franchises don't need to be extended is just like I don't know. I mean, yeah, they might be popular, but the majority of people still haven't really engaged with them. So if you are not interested, like the more you pile it on like that, the more it just kind of it becomes like less a crossover game and more just like your fan fiction, and it's just them talking to each other.
Well, it works for Fire Emblem in that most of the characters have no idea who they are. It's like
yeah,
Final
there's
Fantasy.
at least that advantage.
It's like Final Fantasy in that, like, Tifa and Titus would look at each other and they'd probably treat each other the same way that Tifa and, like, fucking Bilbo Baggins would.
Hey, remember
Yeah.
when Tifa was in this game?
Vaguely. So, yeah, Fire Emblem characters might all be from Fire Emblem, but their worlds are almost completely different.
Let's hope that the
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII remake comes out and actually inspires someone to remake Tifa, because those tits deserve an author.
Somebody was working on Yuffie for a while, and like they got some good progress. I don't know what happened to them.
Yoofy boofy.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just see people playing with like the entire like Street Fighter table or like Doki Doki table. And it's just like, don't you get bored of that? Wouldn't you rather see what Monica had to say to someone who's not from there?
I
Yeah.
mean, it's better than just playing the full moon table.
What are you talking
Well,
about? That's the
anything
best
is.
table you can play.
A bullet in the knee is better than the full moon table.
Maybe it's just the Ruby table and their sort of insular reputation for being, only targeting each other. That's kind of left that bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, I can see that, but I feel like if a character is gonna, if you're gonna interact with a character and you're going to talk, if you're gonna give just as much attention to the other sources as characters from your same source, then it doesn't really matter.
Well, I mean, you were talking about earlier how you wished there were characters that you liked better from Dragon Ball. So, like, I'm sure there's like a lot of people that like have one source that they really like, and if there's only two people in the game that are from them, and they're not two characters that they particularly love, it might, like for example, like
Just make them yourself. That's
Right.
what I did.
like I
Oh,
really
yeah,
like My
yeah,
Hero
that's-
Academia, but like, and Ochako is like awesome, but like sometimes I'm like, well, gosh, there's so many good characters from that show. Like, it'd be awesome to see like how some of their different personalities would mesh with some of the other characters in the game.
And I'm not going to stop you. I'm just saying, it's not terribly compelling for me if you had all these My Hero Academia girls and you put them all on the same table. Like, now it's just your erotic My Hero Academia fanfic.
We don't have to put them all on the same table.
But I feel like most people will just do that.
That's how I started out. I played the Overwatch table and I played the table. I think those were my first two games.
Boring. First thing
Yeah.
I did was just pick a bunch of girls that had low layers, because I was like, I got the strats. I'm gonna win this. That was my goal. So they
I
were
don't
all
even
from different sources.
I don't even remember what my first table was. I think. What I do remember.
I think half of mine aren't even in the game anymore.
Because my life is meticulously micromanaged, as you can see, and I absolutely need to win at this strip poker game. Absolute tryhard.
All right. With upcoming projects out of the way, time for the questions and answer. Do you plan to use the new background targeting system? If so, how? Corky, why don't you start us off?
I haven't really gotten a chance to really like get my feet wet with that yet. But I think it's really cool to have that system in place now, because now we can add a bunch of new backgrounds and not worry about, well, how are we going to target all of them? So I'm definitely planning on looking at it in the future, just so that like when more backgrounds are added, I don't have to go back and update ME like 1,000 times. So it's definitely really appreciated, and I'm definitely going to have to look into it a little bit more.
Alrighty. BokuMan, what about you?
I haven't really thought about that. So, yeah. Maybe once. It depends on the background.
It's hard sometimes to target a background without just being like, whoa, I'm in a scary graveyard. Crazy, right?
I mean, I can see some characters reacting like that. Like say, Alice from Monster Girl Quest. She's afraid of ghosts. And I think she would be really fucking scared of being in a graveyard.
There's a
Maybe once I make Dante, I plan on having his forfeit involve a jukebox where he's just going to pull my devil trigger as he does it. Maybe I'll have the jukebox change up depending on the background.
there's a background line that I wrote that I bet nobody has ever seen, but I think it's really funny. For those who don't know, Emmy lost her legs in like a car accident when she was young. So naturally, I wrote one. If you play like out in the street and you're playing with the April Fool's character, the car.
What does she say?
I'm gonna let you play the game and figure out.
I'm just gonna open her up right now and look. Fuck your vagueness.
No.
No, allow it. Spnanon, you can't do that. You gotta. Oh wait, no. Okay, did you answer?
What the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get in another car accident.
Yeah,
That's what she
I'm
says.
done. My answer has been said, so yeah.
Spnanon. Your answer now.
Oh yeah. So to give some context for what he's talking about, it used to be like you had to individually target backgrounds, and now they've been given like a set of characteristics, like inside, outside, bar, interior. So you can be a little more, categorical with it, and hopefully kind of it's sort of like tagging for backgrounds. So you can basically be a little more future proofing regarding them. I probably won't use it for the same reason I don't use tags for characters. Is that my only contingency plan for future proofing is that I'm just going to keep updating my characters and hope that I don't get in a car crash and die. So, I mean, that's worked out for me so far. So yeah, I'm just probably going to target the backgrounds manually.
I'm hoping that it's going to kind of spur. I mean, I feel like it sounds silly to describe this as a renaissance, but like we get some a lot of new interesting backgrounds, because that's one thing I feel like most of the backgrounds in the game don't really make a whole lot of sense to play strip poker in.
So
Like,
just the street.
Yeah, who's gonna play strip poker in the fucking streets?
I'm not a Nazi. I'm not in favor of eugenics or genocide. However, I think we can all agree as a people that if you play on the street background, you can be let go.
God damn.
I think that's like society doesn't need those people. They're not contributing.
I've never really bothered to target backgrounds all that much. But now that it's basically, I can target a tag, but for a background. I can probably do that and get away with being lazy. So I might throw some stuff there. I don't like having the right tagged lines in order to get a character on testing, but I can feel myself writing tagged lines for the background. So
it's annoying to have to like do all the testing things, especially as a new creator, but I'm glad that they were there, because some of them I never would have even looked at if I didn't have to do it. Like, or at least I wouldn't have done it until much later.
Mm-hmm. A lot of my characters are written with the conceit that they're playing in a private like bar speakeasy type place somewhere, just like the inventory in the real poker night games. So every single background targeting is just going to be like, oh, this is a neat hologram. Like they're on the holodeck or something. Revy can't do that. She'll just be like, why the fuck are we in this weird room where they painted the walls to look like a city street?
Alrighty. Next question is, what is your favorite thing that FarawayVision has added to the game that nobody has mentioned yet on this episode of the podcast? Corky, why don't you start out?
Well, this question would be a lot easier to answer if I knew all of the things that he added to the game.
Monica. He made the game actually run correctly and not like a wounded cow.
He made it so you could play the game without having terrifying lag. He updated our Kisakai, giving us 99 slots for belts, ribbons, and hair pieces.
I'm torn between that and making the game actually run correctly on toasters. Because I could never make Kisake without that shit. The 99 of everything.
He did the pose maker, right? Yeah.
I don't know. That's what gives us animated poses.
He did mid-game gender changing.
Literally just so he could have his trap in the game. Mod abuse.
You don't understand. I was planning that all along. Because Viz mentioned a passing interest in Danganronpa. And I knew that if I could get him in, that he'd make that a feature. Because I knew that he'd like Chihiro. And I'm
Why?
because code characters are totally up Viz's alley.
Oh, I thought he just wanted to fuck a twink.
So I bought Viz Danganronpa 1 and 2.
I've definitely seen him like adding tons of updates, like in Discord a lot. In the I guess it's the game code channel.
If he dies, like our entire code department is gone.
Yeah, and like all these new tags that I'll probably never figure out how to use. But it's definitely cool to like see that like he's done so much just to make the game like much easier just for people to play and for people to actually make characters, which is so appreciated. I've definitely really loved the pose maker. I think that's probably going to be my favorite if I have to pick one, just because it's the one that I've actually used.
Let me reiterate. Okay, listen, Corky, you don't understand how the game used to run. All right, you don't understand the toaster table and how you can get like a gig of RAM going on your browser. Let me explain the completely simple, like it was a completely trivial fix that Vision did as soon as he joined. It would be like, oh yeah, I took a look at the code and it's shit. It's the worst optimized thing I've ever seen. Imagine you're reading like some thick ass book. Let's say that. Okay, well, I guess that wouldn't be really that long for a book. Let's take like Pitt's behavior file. Okay, there's imagine you're playing against 4 characters, right? Their behavior files are 4 books. Now imagine how the code used to run. Imagine that for each and every line and pose assignment, you would take each of the books, you would open them up, you would leaf to a specific sentence in that book that you needed. You would look at it, you would put it back. You do that for each one of them. And then the very next case in the game where you need lines and pose assignments for the next thing that happens, you would open each of those books up again and leaf through them and look for that next sentence. And then put it back. That's what the game was doing.
So what was his solution?
Make it not do that.
Well, I'm not like a huge I know the very
person.
basics of how coding works. So like if you can offer an explanation of how he was able to fix that.
I don't know what he actually did. I think he like stored them as elements or something.
So what is your book? What are the books doing now in your metaphor?
I don't know, staying open the whole time. It's accurately just reading a book the way you read a book, which is you open it up and you read one sentence, and then without closing it, you just read the next sentence.
Basically, the way I understand it is it was constantly loading a bunch of things that it didn't need to, right?
It was completely reading the entire behavior file for each character every time it needed to draw from it.
And now it just reads the line.
I think it just reads the entire behavior files at the start and like stores all of it as like elements to just draw upon whenever it needs to, so it loads immediately.
Oh, okay.
So like the startup loading is longer, but it's worth it.
Gotcha.
That way it doesn't catch fire in the middle when they've got like a million markers going and it's struggling to keep up because you just keep clicking through it.
All right.
You fucking newcomers. You don't even remember when the game didn't stop for when a character had their orgasm.
Back in my day,
It literally for like the first year and like a half of the game, like it just passed by. You only got to see it for like 2 seconds and then it went away. You couldn't like hold on it and look at it. And it's like, that's the best part. That's what I've been waiting for. Why does it skip?
All right.
That's just me reminiscing about the trenches.
BokuMan.
Back in my day, I used character editor version 1.5 to make Mayus first.
We didn't have a character editor. We had to do it with a text file.
We did.
Oh, I'm not that old.
I wrote Rinka. I helped with Chiaki. Did the first Amalia, Hope Alonzi.
Andres had to make everybody's behavior files because nobody could fucking figure it out.
Yep. And I wrote Kira in the middle of Hurricane Harvey. And there's no character editor there.
I imagine you like standing like in a flooding disaster scene, holding a laptop like, I'm almost done. Please don't get me out of here yet.
No, I was actually walking down the rain because it wasn't that. It was raining. It wasn't drizzling. It was raining, but I was walking down the streets in an umbrella, twirling, listening to Winter Wonderland because I was bored. There's nothing to do. Everything was closed. But that's neither here nor there. BokuMan, what about you? What's your favorite feature introduced by Vision?
Well, I think it would have to be the banter wizard because it makes it so much easier to basically go back and forth instead of having to look up every single fucking case.
That was introduced by SPNatI Edit, not by Vision.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine. It's hard to tell who's done what and who's contributed what to the code.
Yeah, but I also like. God damn it! I was unprepared for this question. Sorry.
Again, it's fine. All right. Spnanon, what about you?
What's the question?
What is your favorite thing that Viz has added that we haven't mentioned yet?
I already went on rants about this.
Well, what's your favorite?
I said I'm torn. Toaster table or what's the other thing he did?
99 belts, hair pieces, ribbons.
That. Well,
yeah.
I guess that's like long term versus like something I've just recently come to appreciate as I've learned to use more of the advanced features of Kisuke. So really either or.
Well,
I don't even know how to make anything now with only 30 belts.
Well, I think that there's also you in particular. Well, not you in particular, but the community as a whole. If Viz never found out how to update our Kisuke, we wouldn't have image attachments. So none of the models that we have that have been going through these amazing reworks would be as good as they were. I would say that it's the 99 of everything, but that's technically been mentioned, so I can't answer that now. I'm going to say my favorite feature is the joint forfeit between Sayori and Monica. I really like being able to choose things in game, you know? That might be a neat thing. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm mostly joking. But yeah, updating the Kisuke and giving us 99 of everything has really been a game changer.
My mind was blown when I learned that Monica did that, because I hadn't really played with her that much until someone was talking about it.
Yeah, it's a really interesting feature.
So does that actually use like game code to go in and corrupt like all the characters, or did each of the characters have to like go in and do that themselves?
No. Viz has a bunch of special stuff for Monica set up because he went and fixed the game and made it so it could run properly. He got he made Monica before he fixed the game's coding and he made Monica before he was a mod. So he got permission from the other mods to do it because he was just useful and fixed everything.
That's definitely really cool. I'm sure that you guys had probably talked about this before, but if somebody else like in the future wanted to kind of take advantage of that, like how would the community react?
Of the choice to make things happen?
Yes.
I am a super huge advocate for that, but the mods have gone on record stating that that's not a direction they want to take the game in. And I don't think Spnanon is super big on it either. There are a couple of people who are in favor of it, there are a couple of people who aren't, and it has its ups and downs, its pros and cons. Personally,
my take on it is that it's kind of leaning into just being like a dating sim. And I don't know. For me, I just want to see people edit themselves down a little more and be like, just pick a direction to take a character in, and just go for that.
It's basically you can get the same results with markers set, and one does one thing and the other does the other thing.
I don't like that either.
This is just
I don't like it when characters do that.
This is just picking a set of markers and going with it.
If I play Pinky, I want Pinky. I don't want this fucking weird stabby bitch in the middle of it.
Well, that's the thing. You could say no to the stabby thing, and it's easy. It works for everyone.
If you want to make a different type of character, then inject some variety in the game and just make a different character.
Oh boy, you're saying then that I shouldn't actually make Toku Fukawa?
Oh, that'd be a great way to do that.
Yeah.
What?
It's another Danganronpa character. This one has multiple. This one has multiple personality disorders. One of them is a shy, bookish girl who doesn't bathe, and the other one is a serial killer. Don't worry about it.
Why not just if that's her character, then why not just incorporate both of those within the same narrative arc?
It's Lunch. She changes when she swaps out when she sneezes or passes out or something.
And I don't have a problem with Launch.
Yeah, but what if you could just change? You could choose. Never mind.
Well, here's an application that I wanted to do. We were talking about doing it with epilogues earlier, and I think the mod team decided not to go with it because they didn't want people to feel obligated to have choices in there, which I understand. But specifically, I wanted to do one with Emmy where you would have some kind of a choice, and one decision would just lead to a Kenji rant, and the other one would lead to the actual epilogue.
Does that epilogue involve a certain lemon-scented object?
Well, I've gone back and forth with my epilogue plans. I definitely wanted to do something with the lemon scene, but I also kind of wanted to involve Mickey in there somehow. So I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. But I definitely have some good ideas.
Alrighty. Question 3. Spnanon, I feel like this was asked to you. Which character in SPNatI has a pubic hair choice that you most disagree with?
Why would that specifically be to me?
Because you've got on record stating that you disagree with Caulifla's. Or not disagree with it, that you don't like it. But anyway.
I was pleasantly surprised to see her shaved. So to take that away from me, it's just like, here's your ice cream. Just kidding. I'm going to smack it out of your fucking hand onto the sidewalk.
Here's your ice cream. Oh, it's actually butter.
It's just bad psychology, Like, you don't give someone some free... If you give someone some free shit and then take it away, that's worse than just not giving it to them. You know what I mean?
Here's the reason why I don't like shaved characters in the game. It's just a product of having... Well, it's not something like... I prefer it when they aren't. And the reason why is because when we make all of our models in the same program, all the shaved characters basically look the same there. So I think if you add pubic hair, it gives you an opportunity to add more variety to the game.
Boy, you're going to be glad when Lily enters the game then. She has a lot of pubic hair.
Well, that makes sense because she's, I think in the game, she's the only one who actually has pubic hair.
Because the devs are cowards.
Which is weird because I don't remember if they actually show it in the game, but you would think Rin would have a huge bush because, like, how the hell would she shave herself?
I mean,
somebody helps her.
The only one who has a bush.
Who wants to help her? What's the point of that? Why would Emmy help her do that?
I don't know. If you can paint with your feet, you could probably shave with your feet.
It's not a whether or not she could do it, but I don't think you could physically reach your feet like that.
We had this discussion last time, and Joe was adamant that you could.
I mean,
I can do it. Yeah. But then again, I'm a freak who can lick his
and I really don't want to see a video of him doing that. So I'm going to take his word for it.
Podcast for reference.
I mean, the only one in the visual novel who we actually do get to see the area where the pubic hair is Lily, And the only one that we can clearly see isn't shaved is Lily. Shizune is shaved.
God, this really is the Castawa Shoujo podcast.
Yeah.
It's almost as if we have 3 of the 5 devs working, or 3 of the 6 devs working on the Castawa Shoujo characters on right now.
Yeah.
Here's a pubic hair choice that I disagree with. I talked about this on the development thing, but I'm assuming people who are listening to this haven't seen it. With Arufuda, I think there was a line she had where she like doesn't shave her legs or something. And so when I first played her and she was shaved, I was like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Why would she shave that but not her legs? And I think it was explained to me that elves like don't have pubic hair or whatever. That doesn't really make sense to me, but it's whatever.
Why would they have leg hair?
Exactly. Like
I personally, I like the idea of her being vain enough to shave her pubic hair, like she thinks she's hot enough for that, but then she's too lazy to shave her leg hair.
I mean, now that you mention it, that sounds pretty funny. But
so
she
yeah,
never really
I'm gonna
mentions
ping Mike
that,
with
so.
that.
I would definitely appreciate it more if she like actually said something about it.
Yeah, I can understand why you might think that shaved characters all look the same. It's kind of like Hex's complaints about default nipples. I don't know. To me, since all these characters are supposed to be adults, basically, for them to shave, basically, I think, like that's an interesting character choice, character trait, and you can get a lot out of that in terms of why they do that. And plus, you just have people calling them sluts for doing it.
See, that's something I never really understood. I don't understand why everyone makes such a big deal out of it.
I think it's supposed. I think the stereotype is that like porn stars tend to be shaved, so it's like somehow a slutty thing, or like
maybe my experience
they do it
is
because
different,
they think that men like it.
I've just never like experienced that as like oh, you must be a slut if you trim yourself. I don't know. I feel like that's such a basic thing, but maybe it just kind of depends like how old you are or where you are. I don't know.
I mean, all differences.
I mean, I don't think it's slutty to shave off all your pubic hair. I think
just
the real, I think the real sign someone is very interested in sex, so to speak, is if they have shaved their pubic hair in a heart shape.
Yeah, that would make sense. But I would almost be more surprised if somebody didn't shave it all rather than if they did. Like just
makes a nice nice clear landing space for any like 69 action, you know?
That reminds me, I should probably give Akagi a landing strip.
Nice.
Are you gonna give it like a? I wish I knew the word for it. The lines in the middle of the road.
The runway.
No, like well, it's on a runway. It's also on like a highway, street, whatever you want to call it. Those dashed lines in the middle with like that separate the lanes.
I don't know, the median.
Yes, thank you.
Anyway,
so yeah, like the way they groom themselves or choose not to, can really say something about their personality too.
That's
I like
true.
the whole like Maya and Jura thing, like they shave. That's just a headcanon of mine. But the idea that they wear like really tight, form-fitting clothing, and like they're constantly like showing off their bodies, and they want to be like super sleek and clean and slender because that's what an all-woman planet would like try to value as the ideal of beauty. So just the idea that like young women there are encouraged to do it, and obviously it's because I like that, but I at least tried to give it a reason. Like I'm not gonna. I wanted to give Ryuko some pubic hairs, but then people were like, well, we'd be able to see them because of how skimpy Senketsu is. So
that was the greatest loss.
So I just made up something about how she did it because of that, and she started doing it because of Senketsu, and she was kind of annoyed by that and trying to be like, it's not weird, or like I have a reason. Or like, I'm not a slut. And like Revy, well, I didn't make Revy's original model, but yeah, like it would make sense for her not to be shaved, so I didn't change that.
Yeah. I hate slut shaming, so I guess that's just why I have like that different outlook on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with girls having sex as long as they're having sex with me.
Oh.
I don't see how that's an issue to anyone.
All right, Boku. What about your answer? What about your answer?
I didn't want to delve into that.
Well, there's no one in particular that stands out, but yeah, I did mention the whole heart-shaped pubic hair thing because for some characters it just doesn't make sense for them to have it.
Who has it?
I think Q has it, but it makes sense for her. I don't remember who else. Nobody in specific, I guess.
I remember I used it a million years ago on a character that I've since abandoned. I'm unsure if I'm going back to.
There's a character who has red hair that's shaved, and I was vastly disappointed because of the whole, that's like the thing when you have red hair, like the whole carpet matches the drapes thing.
The fire crotch.
Exactly. So like, I can't remember. I don't know if it was Futaba. I forget who it was.
It's not Futaba.
Ini and Ryuji do some really fun stuff with their pubic hair not matching.
Because they dye their hair.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Which, why did they play strip poker and not go the extra mile and dye their pubic hair?
Oh my god.
Maybe they don't expect to loot. Ryuji's confident enough
that would insinuate that they had planned to play the game like weeks ahead of time.
I will say though, I do think Mahiru's pubic hair is pretty damn great, actually.
Thank you.
What's Mahiru's pubic hair look like?
Probably not something I can edit into the video.
Coward.
Do you want to get us to take it? Do you want to get us to take it off on YouTube?
I got her. Her hair's covering it. She keeps covering it. I don't know. It just looks like red pubic hair.
Is that not good enough, though? Red hair, or redhead best head?
It's alright.
I do think, I'm going to pronounce it wrong, so I'm just going to say it. The new Dragon Ball character, the Nami.
She's not Dragon Ball, she's One Piece.
Sorry, thank you.
Nami.
Thank you, Nami. I think it looks like they tried to make like a custom one. I think that's something that everyone's trying to do now. Is that like the new trend, doing custom pubic hair? It looks weird to me, and I can't really tell you like exactly why, but it just looks odd.
Let me see it. I remember Coco originally had one that kind of looked like a cigarette burn. So everyone advised her to change that. Oh yeah, Nami's kind of got it too. It looks like the flame on a lighter.
Mm-hmm.
But just orange.
It's not as easy as you'd think.
Oh, I bet it's a huge pain in the ass. That's why I would never bother doing it.
Kamina used to have a flame-shaped one, but people said that it felt out of place.
Would Kamina really spend, just hours trimming his pubic?
No, but I believe...
I honestly think he would.
No, I don't think so. I think that it would just grow like that.
Johan, give Kamina an alt skin for Valentine's Day where he trims his pubes into a heart shape.
But why him specifically?
Because, I don't know, this conversation's funny to me.
I mean, I'm not the one in charge of that model.
Maybe April Fools. Like, everyone would be like, what's the alt skin? That's the only thing that changes.
So, Spnanon, what about you? Do you have any that you disagree with? Not that you don't like, because I feel like you don't like that in general. You like them shaved, but disagree with.
Johan, or Joe, I really don't appreciate you trying to pigeonhole me like this. I'm not a walking meme. Like, okay. Panties slide off and there's some hair there. Like, it's not a turn off. I like it shaved, but it's not like pubic hair. I can't get off to this. Like, it's okay. It's fine.
Ah, sorry then.
It's not like I fly into a rage and my dick shrivels up when I see any. So yeah, like I'm pretty accepting of any choice really. It doesn't bother me all that much. Nothing really stands out to me as like I look at it and be like, oh, that's completely ridiculous. They shouldn't have pubic hair, or they should. I don't know.
It feels a little weird that Blake is shaved. She's a cat girl, and like,
She's got enough hair on her ears.
yeah, allow me to be racist towards a fictional race, but it feels weird that if you've got like some animal stuff going on that you
Listen,
don't.
I wouldn't let my daughter marry a faunus.
I'm surprised you got the term right. I guess you've probably target them enough.
It's osmosis.
So that's weird to me. But so are a lot of the Ruby design choices.
Yeah,
And
I really can't think of a pubic hair choice that particularly bothers me. I'm surprised that the mods let Shimakaze into the game shaved, or Natsuki.
Oh,
I'm surprised Natsuki doesn't like have pubic hair to make herself look older.
well, Natsuki likes looking cute, even if she doesn't admit it.
So she's torn between like people thinking she looks too young, but also wanting to look cute.
Yep.
I see.
I feel like the whole
Fucking
cute thing
slut.
is like really like I don't want to say suppressed, but what's the word? You think if I was write it like a writer, I would be better at words, but I'm not.
See, the pain in the ass here is that I got to open up all the characters' files and check to make sure they have pubic hair. Can't do that from just the menu screen. But yeah, like I really don't care if a character has pubic hair. Like they're still hot. It's fine. I just prefer the alternative.
Alrighty. What is your pet peeve when writing dialogue / interacting with other
wait.
characters?
Is Florina shaved? No, I need to check. She is. That seems a bit weird. Why would Florina shave? Who is she shaving for?
No one. No one. Not Farina.
Lynn?
Maybe.
Having a little carpet munching session there?
They
Except
can
it's just a hardwood, it's just a tile floor munching.
They can A support.
They kind of what?
They can A support. That means in Fire Emblem they can get a paired ending at the end of the game if they both survive.
Does that mean they fuck?
It means that they care about each other more than anybody else, and they spend the rest of their lives together. But it's also uncertain if that's canon or not, because they can A support with a bunch of different characters. You can only get one though.
So they fuck, right?
Probably.
All right, I'm down. So that does seem like a bit of a strange choice, but I guess Lynn just likes him that way.
All right.
That's right. I got somebody. I got an answer for that question.
What is your pet peeve when writing dialogue / interacting with other characters?
All right, so my pet peeve is more of just something that I desperately try to avoid when I'm writing for this. If any of you have ever seen the subreddit Men Writing Women, it's basically
I know of it.
That's the entire SPNatI game.
I'm gonna pull this up because I have to mention something.
It's the entire SPNatI game except Thursdays, who's a woman writing men.
So if you pop on Men Writing Women at the time that we're talking about this, you see stuff like she walked breastily across the room. Oh, did I mention tits? Like, oh my god.
Yeah, you don't wanna be a moon.
Yeah. So, perfect example. And that's part of the reason why I'd put off writing like Emmy's masturbate stuff so long, because it's just so hard for me to sit down and try to visualize what a woman would think when she's doing that, because I'm not. I'm a dude. So it's just an extra challenge, and I definitely try to put a lot of thought into it, because I don't want to just like, maybe I'm putting way too much care and thought into like a porn game or whatever, but I want it to kind of feel like realistic and authentic. I don't want to just like haphazardly try to write something flirty just for the sake of doing it. I want it to like be in there because it makes sense for Emmy to do it. So that's kind of my pet peeve is, and I get a little annoyed when a lot of people like put like feedback or like write in Emmy like, oh, like she doesn't like flirt with women, and like why isn't she bi? Like you should make her bi. And I'm like, I don't really think she would be. There's nothing indicating in her source that she is, and I feel like there's already plenty of bi characters in SPNatI. So like, I kind of set off from the get go that I was going to make her straight, and I know a lot of people don't like that, but that's just kind of like my pet peeve. Like, I don't want to change the character just for the sake of her being like more like sexy in the game or whatever. Like, I want to do it right.
I mean, that's more faithful to her actual character, the way you're writing her then. So, yeah. That's definitely a good choice from my point of view. You don't have to bend a character's sexual... I don't think people should need to bend sexualities just to please everybody.
Right. And here's something that Spnanon might not like. I don't like targeting the player more than other dudes, because like, and
You've got that backwards. Spnanon's the exact same way.
Oh, well, good. I'm glad that we're in agreement on that, because I
just treat the generic male lines as the player lines, basically.
Right, same. And some people have like criticized me for that, but I'm like,
they pretty much will be that 99% of the time.
Exactly. But also just for the sake that like, why would Emmy care about the player more than any other guy? Like, for some characters it might make sense. Like, I feel like it makes sense for like Natsuki and DDLC, because I feel like most of those characters kind of like act as if you're the same character in the game, and like that's cool. Like that's a good choice. That makes sense. But with Emmy, it's like there's not really any reason for her to like treat you any differently than any other guy, and I feel like it's just kind of like, again, if I did that, it would kind of get right back into the men writing women thing, where like, oh yeah, she's all over me for no reason, and that's just not really the kind of thing I want to do. I try to like, in the game, she's definitely flirty and she's forward, but she does it really subtly and with humor. So that's kind of what I've tried to do. One of my favorite lines in the game is when you're running on the track with her, and like I think she's talking about runner's high or something, just basically like how awesome it is. And you know, you're just like talking about running, and then she just gives you this look, and like the game kind of freezes, and she's like, better than sex, right? Like, and it's the first time she's even mentioned anything like flirtatious. So like, I don't know, like it's kind of one of those things where like I feel like if you kind of it's kind of like strip poker in general. Like if a character just came out naked at the beginning, it wouldn't be exciting, but if you had to like wait for it and you were teased, it's a lot more fun. And that's kind of how Emmy does it. Like she doesn't bring it up so that when she does, it kind of hits harder.
Yes.
One moment. So this is how I imagine Emmy's views on running. I'll edit that in. Alright. BokuMan, what about you?
I had something in mind here, but I kind of forgot about it. Let's see here. I'm thinking. Fuck my brain. Can I delay my answer? I need to think a bit.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Spnanon, what about you?
Corky, I think you had a pretty good response. My personal one is more in line with acting with other characters and like responding to dialogue. I always love when people target my characters. I'm always very grateful for that, and I like responding to them. But if I had to describe like a pet peeve when it comes to that, it's when their targeted line is basically just talking about whatever clothing they're taking off. Boring. Boring. There is so much more you can do with a crossover conversation between those two. Who gives a fuck about what the clothing is that's coming off? It's probably an early stage anyway, so it's not anything interesting they're taking off. Forget that shit and just talk about some completely random topic that they'd have some kind of interesting conversation about. Go ahead.
It's easy to get distracted. It's just easy to just have the characters just be distracted when somebody removes something small.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I understand. I understand that that's the most visible thing that's happening, so it's an easy go-to if you don't know the character at all and you don't know what else to write to them. But I can't tell you how many times I've just gotten a targeted line to Maya that's just like, "Oh, you have armor? My world has armor too." Or something like that.
I think I might be a little bit guilty of that with Renka.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I've done it too. But it's the kind of thing where you would at least want to steer that in the direction of, I'm going to make some kind of assumption about their personality because they chose to wear that, not just the clothing itself that I'm commenting on. Like, how many characters seriously want to have a fashion discussion the whole time?
Me, I do.
Marinette, probably.
Okay, Corky. Thanks for doing your internet guy voice. Yeah, I think if you want to see what I view as like, oh yeah, I this is how I want my targeted conversations to go. You look at like how I made like Maya and Rebby talk to each other, where they kind of have an open disdain for each other that evolves into this weird respect, but. Basically, like, just completely ignore what the stripping is because it's usually an early stage, and then they just completely go off into talking about like planets and men, and just if you can try to steer it back to like some kind of sexual topic, that's usually a good thing because it would make sense for that to come up anyway. And so that's good. You don't want your targeted dialogue to be totally sexless and removed from like the sexual aspects of the rest of the game. But I just say, like targeting clothing like that and just like making no connection to like either character's personality in doing so. It's an easy trap to fall into. I'm sure I've done it, but just it's boring, and it's kind of a missed opportunity when it comes to writing a crossover interaction like that.
It's definitely really good advice to hear as like a new writer too.
Yeah. I get a bunch of lines to Rebby. Like, there's a million things you could say to Rebby, and how aggressive and confrontational she is. And then you have people commenting about like her boots. It's like, is that really the most interesting thing about what Rebby's got going on?
Yeah.
Nope. It's...
Oh, you should get new boots. And then she just calls you a faggot or a piece of shit or something. And it's like there is a disconnect here between the attitudes.
I found another brilliant men writing women thing. Her breasts set up like two ripe melons.
Two ripe melons?
Two ripe melons.
Oh, I thought it would be like as opposed to two left melons.
You know what? I've had enough. I think you need to leave.
I think what you said before, Corky, about that was pretty true. It was. Oh God, I was just gonna say, like the whole men writing women thing. Like, I never really had an issue with that, and I guess other people don't because my characters haven't really been criticized for not being sexual enough. It's really just like people have this idea that like you can't write anything. Like, you can't write women being horny without it being weird. And it's just like, I don't know, just write her thinking about what you as a man want to do to them. Hopefully it would be something relatively normal and not fetishy, so they would be into that. Like, vanilla sex is going to work out just fine.
Right, I'm not disputing that women can't be horny or anything. I'm just spitting the fact that I can do it well without it being bad. That's the only thing.
You really don't have to overthink it. Like when it comes to like people are like, oh, I don't want to write like horny lines to men and stuff. It's like, just write what you want your waifu to say to you.
Oh yeah, it's not that at all. Like I don't feel like really uncomfortable about like flirting with dudes or anything. Like as like when I'm writing a female character, like that's not the problem. The problem is just like it just takes a long time for me to do it and for it to not sound stupid.
Are you that uncomfortable about your? Are you that?
No, I'm not uncomfortable with it.
No, I'm not talking about to you specifically. I mean, the general you. I mean, like, are you that uncomfortable with your heterosexuality that you can't write about like some dude's balls being nice? It's just like I just want my waifu to say my balls are nice. That's all that is.
The most noble of goals.
Yeah.
Oh
I think I came up with. I think I remember what my pet peeve was now.
All right, Spnanon, what name do you use when you play the game?
I don't put in a name. I just put Mr. I just let it be the default Mr.
Boring, as you would say.
How come? Do you want people to put in their name?
Well, just put in any name. I don't know. A lot of people have I have a specific name I use. It's not my name.
I use
the first time I ever played the game, I put in a LMAO.
I put in Dix McGee.
Basically, I was gonna put in a custom balls appreciation line just for you, but since you don't use a name, I can't do it. So you should be ashamed of yourself.
I don't mean literally right. Oh, player, your balls are really nice. Did you get them both?
No, you don't understand. It would have been funny if I wrote that.
I'm just like, I don't know. Are you that uncomfortable with talking about like the male body? Like it's just because I just want to put my dick in her and I want her to be into that.
But yeah, it's definitely not a comfort issue for me. It's just how do I write Emmy flirting and it be believable? It's just not something that I'm like. It's not my strength, so it takes me a longer amount of time to do it.
I think this goes back to what I was talking about a few episodes ago, where I said that this is a jerk off instruction game. So if you're not into that and like having girls talk about pump your cock or whatever, then you're gonna be uncomfortable writing those lines. So, but that's totally what the game is about. So you gotta be okay with them saying that. Anyway, what were you gonna say, Boku?
Yeah, my pet peeve is when you get people who are supposed to be writing dumb characters who are supposed to be pretty dumb, and the writer yourself can't really do it properly, so they make them smarter than they are in the source material.
Like
basically, when I played it, I had this problem when I was writing for Aqua, and it's hard to write lines that are sorry, I haven't eaten anything. But yeah, when I was writing Aqua, and that project is on, it's pretty much abandoned now. That project
from Konosuba.
Yeah, Aqua from Konosuba.
Not the cursed Aqua from Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, not that one, because at least she has, at least that Aqua is pretty good. She's not dumb, I'll tell you that. But Konosuba's Aqua is dumb, and that makes her a lot harder to write for than you might think.
Is this who you're talking about?
Yep.
Yep, definitely.
Well, that image is doing her too much justice. One moment. Let me find something more fitting.
Yeah. I mean, she is smug and has a lot of, deadpan snarky moments, like Snorker. But she's also says some really, really, really... She makes some really, really dumb decisions in the show, so... It's kind of hard to write around that.
Yeah, she's an idiot, and it's great.
Yeah. But that's also why she's hard to write for.
You mean it's hard to like make her stupid in the game? Like, how so?
Basically coming up with a lot of unique ways for her to be stupid. If you know what I mean.
Well, like, couldn't you just like say a character was talking about like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head, but like, couldn't you just be like, have her make some really stupid assumptions about how like someone else's like character traits work?
That would work, but it's also kind of hard to write around the generic lines.
Yeah, I can see that for a character like her.
Yeah.
I could see targeting being very easy. Generics, not so much.
Yep. Although on the flip side, I am a co-writer on Poppy, and she's easier to write for because at least she's not a dick. In addition to being an idiot,
She's not so much an idiot like Aqua is. She is airheaded.
yeah, she has a short attention span.
So, have you seen examples of creators being too smart to write dumb characters?
I mean, it depends on. I'm not exactly sure. In the past, I've seen a few characters like that, maybe, but I'm too tired and hungry right now to be able to.
I told you we could have recorded this later.
Yeah.
I told you these go long. It's already been 3 hours.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. What? No.
Yes, it has.
How?
Yes,
How?
it has.
How?
We're only halfway through the questions.
No. Wait. Oh my god.
This is going to be the
Oh my-
longest one.
How?
It has not felt like it.
Yeah, it absolutely hasn't. I'm super hungry too.
We didn't even talk about Sonic once.
I was eating beefy mac and cheese like the first half of it.
We didn't talk about Sonic once this entire podcast. Instead, it was Dragon Ball and Caulifla Shoujo. That's why it's gone so long, because of fucking Caulifla Shoujo tangents.
That was only like 20 minutes at most.
That's a long time.
Not in the span of 3 hours, comparatively.
Every single topic has had a tangent.
Oh god. Okay. I've
You
been,
can't edit them all out. It's the podcast.
Yeah.
But
I can leave some of it to the end. Anyway,
I will say that, like, sometimes with Ryuko and especially with Revi, I have to like write a line and then I have to tone it down because like, no, that's too smart.
Yeah.
It's usually the idea isn't too smart. It's just like the way I worded it is just like that's too verbose for her. It's sort of and then I have like Maya, who I really like because I think she's a lot more in line with my natural tone of speaking, which is, I don't know, the stoic monotone.
Analytical.
What?
Analytical.
If you notice, a lot of Maya's lines begin with ellipses because I'm just trying to I'm trying to convey that she thinks before she speaks. So basically, it comes out in like a complete formed thought. Like she doesn't want to say anything before she's thought it out. And Revi's just the complete opposite, and we'll just immediately launch into the first thing she thinks about. And the fact that it is actually written behind the scenes is how she's able to come up with all those nicknames so quickly. But
I will need to point out though, a fucking one character that's also kind of dumb, but also well written dumb is Kizunai.
Oh yeah,
She's so energetic and
she's just a complete airhead. Like she's not on the same cloud as everybody else.
Yep.
She's just well, she literally thinks she's different from everyone else, and that's that whole stream of consciousness thing that you'd get from a Let's Play is really well captured.
Holy hell, did she raise the bar with the modeling though?
Yeah, Mouse is always pretty good at it.
I don't think that's the bar.
Well, at the time.
That's doing the high jump over the bar.
Yeah. Fair enough. Who is that Poppy character you were talking about?
The bird.
From Monster
Poppy.
Musume.
The bird girl.
Let's keep trying to move on, since we've already been here 3 hours.
Yeah, let's speed it up a little bit.
Nah, let's make this the longest podcast. Why not?
That's gonna be a case no matter what our choice.
Let's
It's destiny. Spnanon, do you have an answer to this?
what kind of pun can you make about Castawa Shoujo? Something being long-winded.
Castawa Slowjou.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this girl has bird legs too.
Yep.
She's got the chicken legs. She skipped leg day.
Spnanon,
Everything's bad for you.
Do you have a pet peeve when writing dialogue or interacting with other
I
characters?
said this already.
Okay, then let's
I had
move
my
on.
big clothing rant.
Right.
Why don't you listen when I rant anymore, Joe? You don't look me in the eyes when I rant anymore.
I do,
I thought we had something special.
but you gotta understand when we go for that long.
You're cheating on me, aren't you? You've
with
got another
with another podcast. Okay. Collectibles have been in progress for a while now. What remains to be done before they are released publicly? Oh, this question actually just straight up has an answer. Dress, one of the mods for the game, read this question and he posted that basically collectibles are coming soon. They just need some things that make it so they can enable offline and online only collectibles, so that if they're broken, then they can be moved to offline only. That's the answer to that. All right, next question. It's been about 6 months.
You don't get to
Hold
weigh
on,
in on that.
we didn't have a tangent yet.
Well, there's nothing to weigh in on. That's just a factual thing.
Don't we have
Wait,
to talk
what
about
remains to
something
be done?
stupid?
I didn't get that.
They need to make it so that they can set the collectibles to offline, online only, just in case something doesn't work and they can move it to offline.
They haven't gotten that to work yet?
Moving to Get Good has set everything. Blame them for trying to figure out how to make things work.
That's true. We really haven't gotten good at all. We've gotten worse.
We've gotten confused.
Get
Yes.
good, bruh.
All right, next question is...
Oh, Corky. Corky with another internet guy voice.
That's me. I'm basically a ventriloquist.
He's the Mel Blanc of SPNatI, man of a million voices.
Blanca's and SPNatI?
Mel Blanc.
I know. It's been about 6 months. What do you think of the new sponsorship system?
I guess
Corky.
it's not very new anymore.
Yeah,
Ask me this question again when I've actually sponsored a character.
or gotten a character sponsored.
Right.
Literally anyone can sponsor a character. I don't know what you're waiting for.
Well, I just learned that a couple weeks ago, actually. I thought I read somewhere that you had to have already had a character sponsored to sponsor one.
God, we really need to get the message out better.
Yeah.
There needs to be a big neon sign. Literally anybody with no qualifications whatsoever, some fucking rando who just made their account can sponsor a character. And also, sponsorship does not mean you give money to them.
Well, if you're a rando just making an account and sponsor a character,
It's more like an Alcoholics Anonymous sponsor, where you're just showing your support for them, and you hope that they don't fall back into the testing table addiction.
Well, maybe if you
So to
called it
speak.
nomination, people would be more willing to do it.
I guess so.
Yeah,
No, you're not
either
wrong.
one.
I know that
Nomination support.
I know that at least half the mod team listens to this, so maybe
Yeah.
they'll weigh in on
A
that.
change of language, perhaps.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm sure I'll have a better opinion when Emmy actually gets sponsored. I wasn't really around when the old one was a thing, so I think some of you older guys would have a better discussion on this. My only concern with it, I think it's cool that it's more positive focused. I think that's better for creators. On the same coin, I guess we haven't really had an issue for this yet, which is good. But I just wonder what's to stop some really bad character just let's say somebody makes a stupid character just for the sake of it, just as a troll character, and they just get 5 friends to come and sponsor it.
See, here's the thing.
I
We
guess
used-
the mod team can veto it, but
We used to not have that, we used to have a thing where, I guess this is before your time, we used to have a thing where we could deny characters. And basically, if we thought a character wasn't ready for the main game, we could say no. I guess the mod team wasn't happy with the frequency of that, and so they have removed that.
They didn't like how the threat of denial was being used as a weapon to say you need to make these changes.
Yeah. So what's stopping you from getting 5 friends to sponsor it? I guess technically nothing, but at the same time, you do have to have shown that you've played the game with that character, and that by listing some additions to the game, listing some flaws. And so, while you could have 5 friends do that, you could also have done that before. Don't get me wrong, I miss the addition of denials. What if, to invoke the name of a character that I'm never going to bring up again, what if Leafy got there and went for sponsorship?
Oh yeah, we've just completely ignored Leafy this whole time, and the shit show that was that.
We will continue to do that. But my point, so there is nothing stopping that from happening now that we don't have denials. So I kind of do miss them. But at the same time, getting a character ready for that is a task that basically sorts the strong from the weak. And if you can get to the sponsorship, then you're probably in a good place, and you probably don't have to worry about it anymore.
The weak should fear the strong.
Well, yeah. Also, now that we don't have to worry about space limitations so much, where with the get good move, we can also it's also okay for some average. That sounds really mean, but characters that just aren't as good as other characters to get in the game now, because we don't have to worry about space limitations, meaning that characters are going to be kicked off the roster so much.
I guess my point's pretty moot anyway, because we haven't had a situation where a bad character has gotten sponsored.
That's usually how rules come about. Rule changes is because someone abuses it.
Yeah,
and I think if mods would probably intervene if it did. If someone just spammed the game and got a bunch of 5 friends or made a bunch of alts to sponsor their character or something, then I guess they'd try to curb that somehow. I'm gonna go on another mini rant here, tangentially related to Leafy, but also just in general of perspective changes, I guess you could say, on trying to gatekeep bad or mediocre content for the game. I feel like the people that care the most about that, or whether or not a character, oh my god, this character can't be in the game, she's bad, it's terrible, are the people who haven't made a character or are not actively working on the game very much.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah, a little bit.
To me, it's just when I first started out, I cared about that a lot more, and sort of laying into, or at least giving feedback to a lot of the very poor characters I saw. Now I have the podcast to leverage feedback, but it's just that whole Leafy shit show, and people were so personally offended. Oh my god, how could this fucking Leaf from this kids show
It's
get
just
in
a
the
Leaf,
game?
bruh.
It bothers me so much. Oh my god.
It shouldn't bother you that a character is bad.
And the creator is weird and keeps changing the model, and the model is bad. And it's I don't give a shit if she's bad. I don't give a fuck about this character. If they just the mod team's stance on testing, and I kind of agree with this, is that you are allowed to embarrass yourself if you want.
I did it. I did it a ton.
Which I agree with completely. I don't give a shit if someone just shits something terrible out on testing. It's funny. Listen, I'm not a young man anymore. I have multiple characters. They're like my children, and they need their milk. And I need to feed them updates and keep them healthy and growing strong. I can't worry about this tangential weird political issue at City Hall because I have these fucking kids and I'm just stuck in the bubble and I need to take care of them. And that's what I'm worried about. I don't care that some testing character just exists and is weird and comes from a weird, like, kitty source. I just don't give a shit anymore. I'm here to do my job and make sure my characters are good, and anything else that happens is somebody else's problem. Just keeping your nose to the grindstone and making good content is the best way to deal with bad content.
Fair enough.
Because they'll just get drowned out in the end because of the upcoming resort. The weak will fear the strong.
And Spnanon is very strong. BokuMan, do you have anything to say about the new sponsorship system that we've had?
I think it's a little bit clearer, I gotta say. Like, yeah, I don't really have much to say about it.
I think it was mostly before y'all two's time.
Yeah, it's partially because I haven't eaten anything for like a while, so I kind of
go eat something.
We can take a 10-minute break because this has been going for.
Just heat up a bagel.
We could take a short break, and I'll just edit it all out.
Boku.
Yep.
What's your take on the sponsorship system? That's where we were.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit better than the old one, and that's pretty much all I can say about that right now.
Alrighty. Next question is...
Oh yeah, don't let me talk about it. That's fine.
I thought you did.
No, I just interjected on a separate rant that was similar, but not the same.
Okay, then why don't you do that then?
It was my rant about Leafy, but that's different from my rant about this. I actually had to go back through my Reddit history and check to see if I've ever engaged with this. I have sponsored streaming Chan using this, and of course I was subjected to it with Ryuko. So I have used it. I was one of the people advocating against it. I thought the old system was fine, and they were really blowing like the whole denial threats thing way out of proportion, and how they were basically trying to solve a problem that wasn't really a problem, or did not actually, like, maybe it could have become a problem, but it didn't actually become one at any point in reality. So I argued against it, and I still like the simplicity of the old one a little bit better. I think that would probably make it easier for randos to get into it. I like the simple just yes/no voting system. I think that's something that everyone can understand. And, denials can help you filter out some just truly just complete shit content. But for the most part, I mean, I think it's fine. The one thing I really just don't like is that you have to basically comply with sponsors' requests, basically, for changes. Which means that if you don't get enough people and you need more people now, then, first of all, it takes a lot longer to get some responses because they need to come up with shit and then they have to check back in on it.
It takes quite a bit of time to do all of it too. Like,
yeah,
Chihiro's been at 5 sponsorships for like 2 months now.
Yeah, and Viz has just been too busy doing other shit.
Yeah,
I put everything I had into Ryugo's sponsorship, and it took me like a week still. And yeah, it's just something like that. And if they're advocating for like a total change in like the personality or something that would extend across the entire character,
then you can dismiss them.
Well, that takes a long time. You basically have to just wait for someone to put something else out there that's easier, just so you can do it in a reasonable time frame.
I thought mods said that if it's something ridiculous like that, you can just dismiss it and use the rest of it.
That seems really vague. I just like the clean cut yes or no votes, because who gets to decide whether or not you've actually fulfilled that requirement?
Mods.
Exactly. So it's just putting more power in with the mods when they already have plenty, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm not going to keep like bitching about it forever and ever. Like, it's still basically doing its job.
Wouldn't the sponsor decide if you actually fulfilled what they asked?
No.
I guess so, but they can just do that forever. They can just keep saying it's not good enough. Like if it's a personal like personality discrepancy,
Well, then that would just be when you have to find another one.
Well, yeah. But 5 people is a lot, so maybe you'll never get one.
At that point, there's probably nothing wrong with just asking people to do it.
And then there's a lot of people that just come out and say, "Well, I couldn't think of any flaws," and that's a pain in the ass because then they the mods won't accept that, so they have to come up with something, and it's just a pain. So I think it was trying to solve a problem that really wasn't there, and I definitely think the old one was better and easier to understand. But I'm not gonna fight a battle that the mods just aren't gonna have with anybody. I have engaged with it. It's okay.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that there was any reason. Well, I don't believe that there's any reason to change it, and it was definitely a very dramatic and controversial change at the time, and I think people's opinions have improved on it over now. I don't think that we've gotten any bad characters into the game since it's changed, but at the same time, what happens if we get another leaf? What are we gonna do?
Well, it's fall, so they'll turn orange and fall off pretty quickly.
It's
again,
if
the mods
fine.
have to do the final decision, right? So if it's a terrible character, can't they just be like, no?
They might change the rules. I mean,
and then another fucking wave of crybabies on 4chan will complain about mod abuse just because they can't play nice with others.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I think
I have to read that, and it's annoying.
I think it's okay that we have bad characters, but at the same time, I think it's okay that we have less than okay or around average characters, and that we don't have to worry about denial over that now that we have the space issue. But at the same time, that mentality also means well, why have them? Why have sponsorship in the first place?
Well, you want some kind of
proof that you've played them, I guess.
You don't want the game to be weighed down by really stupid characters.
Yeah, but
they'll all just get shoved to the back anyway.
Yeah, I guess.
And if they're bad, then the resort will just put them even further in the back.
Alrighty. Let's see how many questions we have left. Only 7. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. This is gonna be the longest episode, and this time we didn't spend an hour talking about Sonic the Hedgehog. This is great.
This is gonna be. We needed 20 minutes at the end of Zuja talking that one time, and all the Sonic ranting just to make 4 hours. This is gonna be your longest editing job because we're definitely gonna record for 5 hours.
It's okay. I plan on staying up all night anyway. Fire Emblem 3 Houses is like drugs to me. It seems that a lot of new creators have opted for small but frequent updates for their testing table characters, rather than larger updates every few weeks or months. Do you have a preference between either method, either as a player of the game or as a content creator? Why?
So I definitely do the small, frequent update route, and I obviously prefer that, and here's why. If you're targeting for a character, for example, if somebody was going to target Emmy, I wouldn't want them to wait a month until they finish targeting 3 other characters, because how am I supposed to respond to it if I can't see it? So that's why I try to get my updates out as soon as I can, so that if I'm targeting a character, I'm giving them as much time as possible to respond to it. It's also nice to be able to get some feedback quickly. So if I do a model update, I don't want to hold on to it for weeks. I want to know if it's shit or if it's good. So yeah, that basically sums up my opinion.
Alrighty. BokuMan, what about you?
What was the question?
It seems like a lot of new creators have opted for small but frequent updates for the testing table characters rather than
Yeah.
larger.
Yeah, I think that's probably a way to get more changes more frequently and stuff like that. And I do like to see more updates. And let's be honest, if you don't constantly strive to update your character, then it's easy to forget to update it if you wait too long. That's kind of my 5 cents. So I think it's a pretty good method to keep updating it for as much as you can. Like, throw in a few new lines here and there just to make sure you don't forget it and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Spnanon, what about you?
I think either approach can be pretty effective depending on what you want. So yeah, if you're starting to get some really in-depth targeted interactions and you want to hold those creators' attention, and get those lines out as quickly as you can. If there's less of that, then I'd say maybe hold off a little bit, because as long as it's within that month time frame on the testing tables, you're just going to you're going to reset the clock anyway with your update, and you can push that whenever. So I would and definitely for like casual players, I think that more infrequent, bigger updates will tend to generate a lot more interest, which is something you'd want as a testing table character. So really, depending on the position you're in, you could go either way. I've started to opt for more frequent, smaller updates since my characters are not on testing; they're just on the main roster. So it's just tinkering, and there's no real reason to wait on it. If you can get a specific interaction out there, you might as well just do it. Especially because the Discord bot that handles updates makes that pretty easy now for small updates that are just like dialogue. So, yeah, if you're on the main roster, better to just kind of shovel them out there slowly, because you're not really going to. I think at this point, people's attention is diverted so many different ways that you're not really going to garner that much attention, even with like 200 lines or whatever. So might as well just push them out when you can, and get those and keep those conversations rolling. If you're on testing and you're trying to generate interest, maybe hold off a little bit more, unless you're trying to really work with somebody.
Alrighty. I'm much the same way. I when I first started out, or when I first got back to working on this game, I did basically a weekly Rinka update back when she was my only character. But now that I have 4 characters I do upkeep on, that's not a thing that I do anymore. So I kind of just wait and buckle down, and then I decide, all right, it's time for a Kamina update. It's time for a Hanako update. It's time for a Rinka update. It's time for a Gyakko update. Whatever. And I just knock out as much of it as I can at once, and then I wait until the next time I get that way. But when I have a character I'm testing, I absolutely do try to just knock them out of the park over and over and over again.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that notion. It's more important to keep a testing character updated than someone that's already been approved.
Unless a lot of your lines are built upon the idea that I'll never have to target, I'll never get another character source. That won't happen.
I feel targeted right now.
Well, I should have seen yours coming, because I knew that you were working on Emmy since those since the Reddit posts. I have no excuse for that level of short-sightedness.
I think it's fun to go back and look at the first model I had and just kind of laugh at how bad it was.
I mean, have you seen Rinka's first model?
I'm not.
1 second.
Oh
Let me
dear.
find-
Can you
let me
show him
find-
post the beach epilogue? The first shot.
No, I don't have to.
It's the most cursed image I've ever seen.
You want to see something really cursed? Look at the shit I used. Look at the Kisekai shit I used to do long before I discovered SPNatI.
This was my first model versus where I am now.
Yeah, that shit's on my first MA model. I'm not gonna lie.
What, the first Rinka model?
Yeah, dude. I don't think you realize how bad the first MA model was.
Do you have it? Now I'm curious.
Yeah, hold on.
Because original Rinka. Yeah. That's,
It's terrible.
Her head is so big.
I know.
Look
It's
at that fucking Megamind ass looking model.
it's not terrible. It does look too young, though.
Hanson.
I can almost hear the hounds.
I'm gonna throw out a hot take, and say that Rinka could still cross her arms better.
Yeah.
I mean, arm crossing is one of those poses that are really hard to make in Kisekai. Not gonna lie.
I've got my way of doing it that I think looks pretty good.
Does it use global arms?
No,
What is it then?
you can see me do it with Maya and all my characters. I think it looks fine.
I'll edit those in. But let's keep moving forward. I think I've asked this before, but wait, did I answer this question?
Hey, at least
Yes, it
the first Rinka model uses a belt.
That it does.
That's pretty good for 2017.
I think I've asked this before, but new guests in any SPNatI Discord. If every channel had an unread, which several would you check first?
First ones I look at are SPNatI General and SPNatI Screenshots generally. And then in the development one, I'm always obviously looking at the ME channel first, and then I look at works in progress just to see kind of what other people are working on.
Alrighty. BokuMan, what about you?
Yeah, I usually check the Kisekai channel first because I want to see what people have been working on, and then I check the what's it called, Kisekai Ludes, because I want to see those.
That's valid. It's valid.
Yeah. But I also check the Fuck Dome.
What about
I like
you?
to go on the My Hero Academia one and argue with Hex about stuff.
Yeah. Hex has.
On the dev server, I usually go to Rin first.
What about you, Spnanon?
Hey man, I'm here on the podcast talking about the game. I'm full SPNatI General, SPNatI Screenshots. I want to see people talking about the game. That's why I'm here, baby. But aside from that, anime and manga stuff. Want to see what shows people are watching, and if anybody happens to have mentioned Vandred, and they never have, but I always check.
I mean, Hex watches Vandred, and that's about it, though. Mike and Halo have watched it, but they never talk about it.
A few people have watched it now and then. I mean, Halo saw it before. It wasn't because of SPNatI that he saw it.
Yeah, he might be the only one besides you that will ever meet that's like that.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. So there's that. I've muted most of those series-specific channels except for Pokemon.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I've muted the Fuck Dome too and stuff like that just because it's too much.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
If every channel had a notification, first thing I'd do is check my chat because that means that something bad has gone down.
Hey man, you should let me into mod chat.
Then I check Sirius because
you can trust me.
I like.
Can you not trust me?
You'd be in my top picks if we ever needed another mod, honestly.
Oh, ew.
Yeah. I think you could handle that kind of power responsibly.
The only thing more embarrassing than working on an anime titty Rule 34 game is being a mod for it.
I mean, hey, you moderate the hardest of air quotes, the ACO thread.
I'm not a. You can't moderate that.
I
You
know,
just make
that's why I said the hardest.
4chan has mods.
That's
not
why I
one of
said
them.
the hardest of air quotes. Anyway, so then I checked.
I just make it and then look at it, and that's the extent of my moderation.
Then I check serious chat, which is where people go when shit gets really bad. Then I probably check the SPNatI related ones. Then the series specific channels. Then I'd check the general chats, except I'd save Gen's safe for work for last. That's what I always do, because that has about 1,000 messages from when I go to sleep versus when I wake up, and I do read everything.
What the fuck? Why? It's literally nothing.
Because, Spnanon, I'm like Nick Fury, Batman, and Iron Man all one, except you take away everything except for the paranoia and the desire to watch and monitor everything.
Okay. There are channels there that I actively participate in, and then there are ones I read just to let it sort of wash over me and lurk almost. Like I don't participate in the Kisuke channels too much. Just because I don't know, I don't use it all that much except for when I'm like asking for feedback on a model. But I do like to see what people make just from a distance.
Alrighty. Next question. How long do you think it would take to watch, play, read, whatever, all the SPNatI source material were available? And how much would it cost?
Way too long and way too much.
Yep.
Do you think you could do it?
No.
Oh no.
I think Nami being on testing alone makes that question no. There are 900 chapters of One Piece.
You could read it in a decent amount of time.
What about? But then you gotta add JoJo's to that.
Watching it would take too long, but you could read it.
You gotta add JoJo's to that as well, and
You
that's
could read
like
that too.
both of them. And then you gotta think about all the video game characters we have.
Right. Yeah, that's just one character, and then how many different source materials are represented in the game?
Oh god, I don't even know.
I'd say over 100.
Yeah, so from characters alone that I've made, you'd have to get to part 4 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with Kira. You can read the manga. I'm not sure. Okay, actually, I'm gonna wait for you guys to talk about this while I gather the exact numbers. So why don't you guys just discuss this, and I'm gonna do that.
Okay, so I just did some real quick stupid math. I'm gonna say that like each series is gonna take an average of 40 hours to like get through if you're basically doing the whole thing. And if we're gonna say there's 100 different series, it would take if you spent 2 hours every single day doing this, it would take you more than 5 years to get through all of it.
Yeah, I think you definitely couldn't juggle that with working on the game itself and like having a job or whatever. You'd have to pick and choose, but I don't know, if you were like just a NEET, you could probably make it happen in terms of like free time.
I mean, I'm working my way through Persona right now, and I'm like, I've been playing it like crazy, and I'm not even like a sizable amount into the game yet.
Do you have a job though?
Yes.
There you go. That's your problem.
Right.
If you won the lottery and you devoted your time to exploring every source,
oh yeah,
now
I can finally learn about every character in this porn game.
Yeah, it probably.
Thank you, lottery.
Imagine like watching like 200 hours of source material or whatever, and they're just a minor character. You have to wait the entire time to see when the fuck they show up. And like somebody made a character out of this. That was it.
That's what I do with Rinka.
You could definitely cut a lot out if it's something like Eni and you only focus on the part that they appear in. I don't think that's too many of them though. What if it's a game like Overwatch? Like when do you stop?
At the start.
I'm back.
Do you just have to play one game with Diva
and watch the trailers?
Yeah. So some would be pretty quick, I guess.
Here, I'm running the numbers.
Leggy wouldn't take too long. Saki wouldn't take too long, but you'd want to die afterwards.
All right, I'm getting there with the numbers.
The characters that would take an ass load of time are the ones from TV shows. I guess video games would take a long time, but at least you have control over the pace of that.
Okay, I'm almost there. Okay, so for my characters, there are, if you wanted to go over all of their source material, okay, Boku's gone away for a bit, so I'm just gonna rant about this.
I'm here.
Oh, you are? You got your pizza already?
Yep.
Okay. So, let's go like this. For Wakfu, which is Amalia source material, there are 70 episodes. And that's about what? 70, and they're like, on average, about what? 15 minutes long. So, that's 1,050 minutes. It takes about 29 hours to beat Fire Emblem Fate's Birthright. So that's 29 times 60. That's 1,740. It takes about 56 hours to beat Danganronpa 1 and 2 to get you Chiaki and Mahiru. And that's about 3,360 minutes. There are 47 volumes of JoJo's. Let's say it takes you, that's volumes. So let's say it takes you about 10 minutes to read a volume. So it's 470 minutes.
That's pretty quick.
That's assuming you're a speed reader. Would it be
Fucking
fair?
filthy speed readers, get off my board.
Okay, let's put it 20 minutes then. It's about 940 minutes. There are 27 episodes of Gurren Lagann, each one about 20 minutes. It's about 540 minutes. Let's start adding those numbers together. So we got 1,050 from Wakfu. We got 1,740 from Fire Emblem Fates.
Hey, do you
I'll be
want this
honest,
to
I'm
take
about to
5
fall
hours?
asleep
Just
right now.
tell us the sum.
Okay, I'm doing the math.
You're putting me to sleep.
I'm doing the math. I'm sorry.
You're doing the math live right now.
Well, yeah. Like I said, in that part that's probably getting cut out. Math is. I'm like in the 5th grade. I was 7th place in mental math in Texas, in my area. Okay, it would be 7,630.
Nice little humble brag there.
I'm a lot worse at it than I am now. I'm a lot worse at it than I was then. Okay, so altogether it would be about 127 hours for just my characters alone.
Yeah, that's less than a week. Assuming you don't sleep.
Yeah, but you'd also have to get a 3DS and also
just buy some money.
Yeah, just buy some money.
Some money.
Well, I can tell you who wouldn't take very long.
Tree.
I can tell you who won't take very long.
Who?
Aola and Joey.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Play SPNatI. That's the original source.
I do think that I think it is impossible to get all of them. It feels too expensive.
I don't think it's impossible. I would just think you would need to win the lottery and not have a job. You would need to have some way that's basically all you do.
Yeah.
I mean, I think over the course of your entire life, having a job and like a life and stuff, and just doing that in your free time, you could do it. I'm not sure you could do it. I mean, I guess it depends when this game ends and like stops getting development. I'm not sure if you could do it at a faster rate than characters get added.
All right. Anybody else want to add on to this?
I want to see somebody try it.
Speed runs with Natty.
Dude,
Source.
that'd be really cool to watch. Like just someone like taking that challenge, and you just see there, and they just like post blogs about it.
So what you're saying is that I should start Let's Playing SPNatI source games.
And the shows too, coward.
Yep.
Do it.
No.
Then we're gonna make Boku
no.
loudly eat his pizza in your ear the rest of your life.
I'm
At least
okay
he
with
didn't
that.
boil it.
I've edited out. I've edited people out eating. Shout out to Solitaire. I know he listens to this. All right.
How's that pizza, Boku? Is it good?
Fucking amazing.
I know that Spnanon doesn't like franchise mention, but just from the franchise would you like to see added?
When are we gonna get the talking cat from Persona?
Morgana.
In all seriousness, I'd like to see Penny Pucker from Spider-Verse. Other than that, I've already talked about I want more My Hero Academia characters in there, and I'm gonna make mine myself if someone doesn't beat me to it.
All right. BokuMan, what about you?
Well, I do want to see more Azur Lane characters, but that's just personal preference. But yeah, but I also want to see more Monster Girl quest. Or Monster Girls in general. Luckily, we're getting Poppy, so that's gonna be fulfilled, but still, there are some good girls in Monster Girl quest.
Alrighty. Spnana, what about you?
This is pretty tough to say. A lot of the franchises that I like that have representation in SPNatI kind of already have my favorite character from them. Like Street Fighter girls, for example. Like if Chun-Li didn't exist in this game, then I would say her. Just I don't know. I like her body type. She has the same voice actress as Maya in Japanese, so she's doing all kinds of things for me. Stuff like Videl. Videl is pretty much my favorite in Dragon Ball, and she's there. Even the glorious pigtail version. So I've pretty much lucked out as far as that's concerned. So it's hard to say. I don't think there's really anybody that I'm clamoring for. I guess that's a good same like I like Rei in Evangelion, but I acknowledge that Misato is definitely the best choice there as far as characters go. Maybe you could make like Ritsuko work, but Misato just fits a lot better, especially with like the drinking. Like she would totally play strip poker. So yeah, just in general, I think I've been pretty lucky in terms of like characters or character choices. I guess that's why I'm so anti-franchise padding.
Because you've
I
already
have everything I want.
Well, for me, I think that it really depends on the character and the writer. Like, there's some Danganronpa 2 characters that I would like. There's also like Yuri Doki Doki, but also I feel like those characters are. I can understand at this point people's hesitation for that many. I feel like though, with the exception of the Ruby casts, most of them are all distinct and different from each other. Oh god, I had an actual answer for this one. Oh yeah, I'd like to see Xenoblade characters. We've only ever had 2. One from we had Charla and she got taken offline. We had Hope. I made her and she's terrible. Sniper healer from Xenoblade. See, the thing is, I can't tell if you're joking or not. Charla in SPNatI was forgettable, and in game.
That's the joke.
Okay. Well, the thing is, she's become memorable by being forgettable, which is somewhat ironic. So it's hard to tell if you're serious.
Yeah, that's the joke. She literally, I think she got kicked off because of a popularity contest. Literally nobody knew who the fuck she was.
Yeah, being a Xenoblade fan is suffering. And then
I guess she didn't make much effort to stand out, did she?
No. I made a Xenoblade X character a million years ago, and she's not very good. And she's offline. Maybe one day I'll go back and finish her.
Well, you never really updated her for very long.
Yeah, I feel like she's probably not a good pick. Like, part of me wishes I'd never done it, just because I feel like I gave a bad impression of my favorite game of all time. And I wish I could delete her from the offline, because I don't ever plan on going back to her. I feel like there's better choices from that game.
Could update her model just to set yourself at peace.
The dialogue would still be terrible.
I've
really done my.
You could just update her offline to have like the bare minimum of what you would consider acceptable, just so you felt like it wouldn't be such a black eye. Just not worth it.
No, it is. It's just that that I feel like I'd want to do it more justice than that, and she's just a terrible pick for that game.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to see, if somebody ever wanted to work with a Xenoblade character, I'd be down to help with that. I'd love to see that franchise get some more love. I love that game. I love Xenoblade 1 is Xenoblade X is my favorite game of all time. Xenoblade 2 has some okay characters. It's got some good ones. And I wouldn't be remiss to help work on any of them except for Rex. If Rex Xenoblade 2 ever gets made for SPNatI, then I'm pretty sure I'm just going to set my computer on fire. Alrighty, 3 questions left. And we're on hour 4.
Just a second. You brought up Yuri, and I kind of want to have a hot take if you'll allow it. From DDLC.
Yeah.
I feel like she's just Hanako, but a lot less interesting. And I think she's really overrated.
Have you played DDLC?
Yeah.
Do you not... I mean, you're not wrong that she's very similar to Hanako, but she's also less...
She's more stabby, right?
Well, sometimes. She's less shy and more awkward.
I mean, she's still pretty shy. I mean, she's the shy, dark-haired girl that likes books. I don't know.
No. You've got a point. Like, she is very similar to Hanako, but Hanako is more shy and like she's super nervous and anxious around people, whereas Yuri is more awkward and she's like Hanako at the start of the game doesn't want to make any more friends.
That's true. Yeah.
Whereas Yuri is more bad at it. So they're similar. Don't get me wrong. Purple-haired, bookish girl, super awkward to be around at first. They're similar, yes, but they also do go very different ways. To
me, she's just like the least interesting character in that game. So like, it just hasn't bothered me that she's not in SPNatI yet.
My reason for saying
laugh.
My reason for saying she's best Doki is very shallow. I simply, when I was doing the poem minigame, I just chose the words that I thought were the coolest, and she liked those words, and like, okay, you're in. I chose like Gale Force and her little Doki icon jump, and I'm like, that's the one. I appreciate somebody who can put up with my chuny delusions.
Speaking of the poems, am I the only one who thinks that Natsuku's poems are just fucking hilarious?
Yeah, they're good. I think that Spnanon hasn't played it, so he has no idea what we're on about that.
It sounds like you got your first title when you do your speedrun.
Okay.
What?
When I speedrun all the SPNatI source material. I'm not going to do that. Alright. Next question is, like the previous question, what about a franchise?
Blog posts about that.
Huh?
I'd read your blog posts about consuming every single SPNatI source material, including the offline shit.
I could try and run the numbers eventually.
You gotta watch like every single Scooby-Doo series.
Alright. Like the previous question, what about a franchise with only one entry? or dominated by 1 to 2 authors. For example, Persona 5 with Nmasp and Thursdays, Spnanon and Vandred, etc. I guess they're asking our opinions on that. Corky, why don't you start us off?
Well, I never realized that those two franchises were so, well, I guess dominated by the same authors pretty much. I suppose that's not really a bad thing though, because I think if you have like 5 different authors for all of them, you're going to get a lot of different directions, whereas if it's just 2, you get a lot of inter-targeting. So I guess the only thing I have to offer that we haven't really already talked about is that's a tough one. I didn't really think about it a whole lot.
I'm not sure what the question is asking.
I think it's basically asking us, like,
what are our thoughts on franchises that are completely dominated by 1 to 2 people?
right.
Like how if somebody wanted to make a Vandred character, they'd really be having to work with
kind
you
of
quite a bit.
as far as what the canon is.
Yeah, or like if somebody wanted to do a Persona 5 character, Thursdays has done work on all of the ones we have in the game so far.
I think you can excuse me for assuming that no one's going to come in and make another Vandred girl.
Hey, I can, but also don't forget, I felt the same way with Hanako. I shouldn't have.
Why did you feel that way about Hanako, though?
Because I thought that
People like Katawa Shoujo and know what it is.
I thought that the effort it would take to make the characters' models would be a wall. Like, oh, nobody's ever going to make Lily or Emmy, because those characters would require a ton of effort to put
No
their
one's
models.
ever gone the extra mile on a model for their waifu.
Yeah, but I didn't think it out. So anyway, Boku, what about you? What are your thoughts on franchises that are more or less dominated by a single person?
I think it causes a little bit of consistency in the character writing and stuff like that, and also makes absolute sure that the characters in question do target each other and have conversations. But I also think that perhaps it gets a little bit stale if the same person works on 2 vastly different characters from the same franchise. I know.
All right. Spnanon, what about you?
Well, it's weird to be implicated in this question. Listen, I made Jura in a more innocent time, where we had well, I guess we didn't have more space to work with, but it just seemed like there were fewer developers in general, and we didn't have such an issue with franchise bloat, I guess you could say. We only had like 5 Fire Emblem characters at the time, so it was pretty quaint.
I think that's about how many we have now.
I don't know how many we had when I first started. I can check that.
Most of the Fire Emblem characters now are on testing. Or no, that's not right. We have a few.
For the longest time, I thought Jura was that Pokemon champion from
Cynthia.
Yeah.
Did you think that I got the model that badly?
Well, I didn't know. I never really paid a whole lot of attention to it. I just kind of looked at it and been like, "Oh yeah, that's Cynthia."
Did you not read her name?
I didn't remember what the name was. I don't pay that close attention to details all the time on stuff like that.
Oh, jeez. Guess you didn't pick her. God. It's a stealth insult.
I didn't mean it as an insult. I'm talking about when I first played the game like months ago.
It's a double-edged sword when it comes to when you have an author that's that dedicated to a source like Metalitar, who made all the Street Fighter girls, or something like all the Persona characters with Nmasp and Thursdays. the fact that they made all those characters, they're quality creators. You know they're going to put out something good.
Meh,
So you can
most of the time.
You can at least appreciate it on that level. It's just a matter of I can't really get all that excited for it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good food analogy here. It's something reliable and it's pretty good, but it's just there's no variety there for me to expect there. It's just no excitement.
Sometimes when you see a chef serve you a pretty decent pizza, sometimes you'll want to know, what if they made a burger though?
What?
Is that it?
Have you ever been served pizza by a chef?
I don't know, man.
Usually it just comes in a box out of the oven.
Okay,
It
fine.
doesn't always come out of a box. I had a pizza in a bag once. It was disgusting.
So
what the fuck?
What it
Yeah,
is? So if you
That was
go to
back when I lived in Wyoming. That state doesn't know how to make pizza.
I don't think there's anybody there
if,
to make it.
if a chef,
You'd have to drive like 40 miles to find a pizza place.
Oh yeah, a 2-hour drive is not anything out there. It's ridiculous.
Well, there's an old saying about Americans and Europeans. I guess you could apply it to something like the West and the East Coast. But what is it? Americans think that 100 years is a long time, and Europeans think that 100 miles is far.
Right.
But
my thoughts on this question are, it's okay. Like,
mhm.
you're gonna, obviously, if somebody wants to make a character from that source, they're gonna have to work with you, but at the same time, that's kind of a thing where if you only have one character from the source, like when I made Hanako, I'm gonna have to work with anybody who wants to make a Kato Shoujo character. It's just here it's a little higher up. But yeah, if they care enough that they're gonna make a bunch of characters from the same source, they're probably going to make them good. There's an exception to that rule, of course, where I feel like most people agree that.
Is there someone you'd like to name, Joe?
Like, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I don't know BB as a person, but I feel like
Oh.
Huh?
I wasn't even thinking about it.
I feel like the Ruby stuff was pretty controversial with a lot of the design choices.
That's a group of characters that definitely would have benefited from not all being written by the same guy.
Yeah.
He just, not the best work ethic. We'll just say that.
So, but like then you have people like Thursdays who show that it's totally possible, that that you can knock it out of the park. And Metal Atar does it too with Street Fighter characters. They're all solid. So, like, I don't think that I also think that you should be able to. I don't think that Metal Atar or Thursdays or Spnanon and Vandred would ever have an issue with.
I'm not making another one.
No, yeah, that's my point though. If somebody came up and they were like going to make a character from one of these sources that's dominated.
Notice how I have like 3 other Vandred girls confined to epilogues.
Yeah,
that's where they belong now.
If somebody made a character from one of those sources, I trust that none of the guys would be like, "How dare you encroach upon my territory?" I don't think anyone is like that around here.
I can, yeah. I'm not going to complain about it. I can definitely say I don't want any of my characters to really get
a franchise
mates, because that's a lot of work for me that I don't really care to do when I've already got so much other stuff to do. Plus, that means that suddenly they have like someone else that they have to work with in a resort.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say you can't do it. Just personally, I don't want it. I don't want someone to drop like Nonan Jakuzure, and now I have to go back to Ryuko and make all this shit up.
The normal person plays are making the characters you want because you want to make them. The big brain plays are making characters you want that are good so that you can boost others in the resort. The
No,
humongous galaxy brain plays are making characters bad on purpose so you can weigh down others in the resorts.
Give him a nice big ball and chain for a character you hate. Make like an ugly male character in that series. And just tactically C4 the franchise.
2 more questions. We're almost there.
Yeah, it's only been 4.5 hours of recording.
Well, this one coming up we've already answered, right?
Kinda, yeah. Do you have plans to make another character after you finished working on your current one? Yep.
Yeah. Do you want to just skip that one?
I mean, Boku can say yes, and Spnanon can say maybe.
Maybe.
It's all up in the air. Perhaps, just like in One Punch Man, Tatsumaki will once again steal Fubuki's thunder. And just steal the show from her before I even get the chance to make her. So we'll see. I'd be quite the hypocrite to just throw another franchise mate on there after all the bitching I've done.
It's not hypocritical, it's character development.
Just do it, dude, if you want to. Who cares?
Our worlds, our views on things, they constantly grow and change, Spnanon.
I think you'll survive if people in a porn game community think you're a hypocrite.
Anyway,
well, that's a lot of work and time investment just to be called a hypocrite. When I could just funnel more lines onto Maya. So
she definitely needs
dominance.
Yeah, she definitely needs more lines.
There's no such thing as not needing more lines.
It's true.
Dialogue is never done.
All right, last question. What's something outside of SPNatI that you just can't let go of right now?
I got a good answer for this one.
All right.
Hold on, did I lose it already? Okay.
I've been holding on to my deck this entire recording.
Makes sense.
Not even jacking off, just kind of cupping it.
I stumbled upon there's an organization down south that like rescues possums and other animals, and they sell art basically to support the organization. And they have an Instagram for one of their possums named Sesame, called It's Me Sesame. And it's the most adorable thing you've ever seen. And I can't let go of it. And the other day they posted a picture of a rare golden possum in Australia, and it looks like Pikachu. And it's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen.
They gotta put little red cheeks on it.
So that's what I can't let go right now.
What's the difference between a possum and an opossum?
Nothing, right?
No, they're 2 different species.
Oh, that's terrible.
So, like, the American opossum is different from like possums in other places of the world. So, like, for example, this possum is in Australia. It's different from like what you see in the States.
Huh.
It better be. It's far enough away. I thought you took botany. Here you are defining differences.
Oh, here we go.
Possums.
Okay. So since that one in Australia, it's a marsupial. So
of course.
Well, they're both marsupials, but possums are more closely related to kangaroos than opossums are. And opossums are the ones that are in North America.
What about human mothers that put their babies in little sling pouches? Are they marsupials?
They're weird.
Basically.
That's what they are.
Have you seen marsupial babies? They're tiny. They look like gummy bears.
You know what's weird? Koalas are marsupials.
Pretty much everything in Australia is a marsupial.
Or platypi?
No.
They lay eggs.
Can you say that for sure, though?
Yes, because they lay eggs.
But they're also mammals.
Right, but
yes, they secrete milk through their skin, and the males have a venomous spur.
Yep.
So yeah, opossums are the only marsupial in North America.
What? No.
Interesting.
Or maybe in the region that I live in, I forget.
No, we have wombats, don't we?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think wombats are a Australian animal. It's one of the icons of Australia.
I feel like there's.
Okay, it looks like sugar gliders might be marsupials too. It might just be in my part of the country. They're the only.
You know how you know if there's a wombat in the area?
Ah.
Their poop is cube shaped.
You're kidding. I'm about to Google wombat poop.
No, that's how they know. It's in Australia. Look in an Australian museum, and they'll show you the cube shaped shit.
Oh my god!
All right.
I don't know how that forms. That's how you know.
All right. Well, this has to be in the podcast video. Hold on. Let me get you a picture.
BokuMan, what
Look
about
at this
you?
boxy shit.
I mean,
They look
right now
they
it
look
would probably be
they look like brownies that have been out for too long.
let's see here. I mean,
Anyway, that's what I can't let go of right now is wombats.
I mean, it's my video games, maybe.
Which game?
I've been playing Hearts of Iron 4 recently. It's
Nice.
pretty good.
What's the game?
Hearts of Iron 4.
Horde Survivor 4?
Hearts of Iron 4.
Hearts of
Horror
Fire?
Survivor.
Horror Survivor. It's just you. It's just you living with chlamydia. Horror Survivor.
What's Hearts of Iron about?
It's a World War II strategy game.
All of them? Are all of them World War II?
Hearts of Iron is about World War II, but the same company releases strategy games based on most time periods. There's for instance, colonial era, Victorian era, even a space era with Stellaris. That one is pretty damn fun because you get to create your own empire.
And they made 4 of them. Alright. Spnanon, what about you?
Well, like I said earlier, I actively turn away from other stuff like video games in order to work on SPNatI more. So I'm kind of the opposite. What's something in SPNatI, or that I'm holding on to SPNatI to, and sacrificing instead, and it's really just video games. I have a big backlog, of course. I've been playing through like all the classic like Mega Man games and Fantasy and stuff like that. That's usually what I do. I don't have any money, so I just emulate old stuff.
Do you play gacha games too?
What?
Do you play gacha games too?
Gacha games? No. I used to play Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle. That was a gacha phone game.
Yep.
But I just got bored with that after a while. I never spent a dime on it, so.
I never get into gacha games because I feel like I fall into the trap of, well, if I just spend $10, that's fine.
I was keeping up with the power creep for a while. I played it for like a year, and I got so lucky that I kept pulling good enough cards to stay in the game. But yeah, I just felt like I wasn't getting enough out of it, and it was like affecting my schoolwork and stuff. So I just stopped.
When it comes to gacha, I get really bad. Oh, if I just spend $10, then it's nothing. I spent $60 on a game, and that's normal. So
I didn't spend any money because I didn't have any money to spend.
No. But I'm explaining why I'm terrible with gacha games. I justify like, well, if I only spend I spend $60 on games all the time. If I just spend $10 on this, then that's nothing.
I had too much shame to ask my parents for money to spend on something that didn't exist.
Yeah, but then I justify that same if I only spend $10 thing, nothing. I justify that several times.
I could take that $10 and go to the place across the street where campus ended and get big fat fucking hoagie with like fries in it and like eggs and bacon and all this shit, heart attack food, and it was great. And I'd rather spend that $10 on that. That's a guarantee, baby. Always spend it on food.
I did pick up a new video game about 3 weeks ago. And I'm pretty sure, part of me is wondering if this is why this question was asked. Because since that game has come out, playing it a lot, came out 21 days ago, I've put in 215 hours. Fire Emblem Three Houses is really good. It's really addicting and really fun.
I'm sure it is, and I'm sure we will get many, many more SPNatI characters to bless us with their presence.
I mean, we might get we'll see models. I don't know if anybody
Have
actually.
you guys seen that Jello Apocalypse video about Fire Emblem?
Yep.
That
No.
is my entire extent of what I know about that game.
Give me the quick rundown.
It's basic of Three Houses or the Jello Apocalypse.
Jello Apocalypse.
That's
He makes fun of like the old man and like how you just like try to build relationships and then you throw away characters that like aren't useful. I don't know. I don't really know what anything means in that video, but it's funny.
See, I haven't played a Fire Emblem game because I'm sure I'd enjoy it after a while, but it would be I just know that if I lost a single person, I would just reset.
Well, if you emulate, then
That would piss the shit out of me. It's
what?
like, no. I hate anything in games that's permanently missable. I hate it.
Yeah. You can use save states if you're emulating the Game Boy games.
Mhm.
And Three Houses has
Well, that would feel like cheating pretty bad to me. I'd want to at least start the mission over,
yeah,
but it would get frustrating.
Three Houses and Echo.
Yeah.
They have a turn back option where you get a couple redos, and then Awakening and Fate have casual mode where you can make it so they don't die permanently. But yeah, I've been playing that game a lot. I'm almost done with it as well. I'll probably beat it tonight just so I can f myself.
I can confirm that opossums are the only marsupials in North America.
Really? Not even gliders?
Well, I don't see. That's what I thought, but when you actually Google opossums only marsupial in North America, you get like sources for it. So maybe sugar gliders aren't native to North America.
Now, outside of Smash Brothers, I believe my introduction to Fire Emblem was there's an old YouTube video about a guy exploiting a glitch in one of the Game Boy Advance games where he just has characters attack a wall and then they die. And it's just a supercut of a bunch of characters attacking a wall and getting killed.
Yeah, sugar gliders are native to Australia and Tasmania.
I made a super cut in the new Fire Emblem game. Fire Emblem always has swords, axes, and spears. Those are the three weapon types that always exist. And then there's like magic and bows as well, and those exist outside that trinity. And then every once in a while they'll introduce some other goofy weapon type, like knives were in Fates, and they've got like transformation stuns. New one added gauntlets. You get good enough with gauntlets, you can use unarmed combat. And I made a super cut of the main character just punching all the bosses, or punching a ton of bosses to death with a single punch. Super cuts and synced to the One Punch Man opening.
Can you snap with the gauntlets?
No.
Can I
What is
see the
Thanos going to be in
supercut?
SPNatI?
Can you see the supercut? Sure. Let me find it.
Thanos and SPNatI went.
I wouldn't even be surprised if somebody had a model.
Thanos is in SPNatI. You see his presence every time a character is cut.
When they get taken to the offline game. I'll drop a link to One Punch Emblem.
Every single character that comes in, when they target him, he's just like, I don't even know who you are.
And then we get Scarlet Witch back in the game. And you will. That's probably one of the best lines. That's a movie. I'm gonna put a link to One Punch emblem in the description, but here's that. Anyway, I think that's all we've got.
That concludes our 4.5-hour recording. I don't know how long the actual cast will be.
Thanks for the podcast, guys.
Thanks for being on.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Lots of good rapport.
I'm about to go pass out.
This did not look like a long agenda, and it ended up being pretty much the longest recording ever.
I've got no idea how either.
I don't know how either. It's because you fucking talked about Castawa Shoujo half the goddamn runtime.
No,
at least with Sonic rants, I could participate in that.
Okay, well,
I was gonna rant even longer about Dragon Ball and how I don't like Super Saiyan.
Well, hey, here's the thing. All you gotta do is just play Castawa Shoujo, and then you don't have to complain about it.
Have to get you back on.
Don't worry. We can do Piccolo for SPNatI.
Namekians breed asexually.
If you play it, though, I can't remember who I was talking to about this earlier, but if you play it, don't be like Googling how to get each character. Just make the decisions on your own.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
someone was telling me, like, I'm going to look up a guide so I can get this character. I'm like, why would you do that?
What if I failed to get any of them, and then I just I got rejected even in...
You can, but if that happens, it's just funny, and then you can go back and fix it. But I feel like you're robbing yourself of that experience if you just don't let your own decisions kind of see where it takes you.
I'm going to cut the episode here, so thanks, guys, for listening.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Okay. Corky's gonna go grab a drink, so I guess we'll wait on him.
I'm gonna grab some water myself in the meantime, then.
I've already got some.
Joe, you got a harmonica? Play the little interlude.
I used to have a harmonica, but I lost it or something.
God damn it.
I think I have some kind of instrument around here. I know my brother has a guitar, but I don't know if he'd want me to go into his room and steal it.
Do it.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Well, this is exciting.
So, about that Joe guy. Piece of shit, right?
Alright, I'm back.
Now Joe's gone.
Oh, you left too. I just gone for a minute as well. Seems like we all kind of left at the same time.
Yeah, that happens all the time when I'm role-playing.
It's because I told him to leave.
Yeah, he
thought you'd be gone
he got
longer.
so sick of being interrupted, he just had to have the floor to himself.
I shouldn't have said anything because I was literally just in my kitchen for 30 seconds to grab some water.
I'm back. Okay, I'll edit all that out.
You better not.
I'll move it to the end.
We were on fire.
I still need to get those
I should never have gotten Persona 5.
Hey, don't worry about it, man.
What about Persona 5?
He's gotten addicted.
I finally got that game about a week ago because I just got sick of people telling me how good it was, and I was like, I'm going to figure that out. It was only $20. I was like, what can I lose?
You got sick of Persona 5 characters being added to the game.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, if so many people are putting in all this time putting these characters in the game, then it's got to be worth something. So I tried it, and I can't stop playing it. And I've basically made zero progress on it in the last week.
I'm in the same boat for a couple other reasons, but that's actually a question.
Well, there's that Three Houses Fire Emblem game just came out.
Yep, I'll talk more about that later because that's actually a question we got.
Am I the only one who plays video games all the time and sacrifices that to work on SPNatI? Because that's what I do.
Sometimes.
I mean, that reminds me.
I used to just burn through my backlog of games over the summer when I was off school, and now I just, played one or two.
Congrats on finishing Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I mentioned that.
Path.
What?
You did every single path.
I mentioned that a few episodes ago, but
Mhm.
I'm now one of the weirdos. I'm in the incredibly tiny portion of the population that's actually 100%ed Shadow the Hedgehog by doing every single of the 326 paths through the game, which is completely repetitive, and it doesn't even give you a message at the end like, wow, you actually did them all. But I took a photo of the screen. I have proof. I even took a photo of like having 325 of them to prove that I didn't use a cheat.
Alrighty.
So yeah,
Who
that
would
was
cheat at a Sonic game?
that's what I did.
That would be
over the
horrible.
summer.
Yeah, berry, botanical definition.
A
There's
berry is
like,
basically a fleshy fruit with like a seed on the inside of it. I know this because I recently took a botany course.
So
feel like-
oranges are berries.
No,
I feel
because they
like-
don't have that like hard seed on the inside. I mean, they have seeds, but like it's got to have like a. Again, you're gonna have to forgive me for butchering the definition, but it has to have like a kind of like an avocado. It's got like that.
okay,
I don't think an
Single
avocado
big
is actually a
seed.
berry, by the way, but like, of course, I guess bananas don't fit that because they don't have a hard seed. Well,
Is it just a single big seed that they have to have?
bananas are berries. I know that's true, and they don't have a seed. So, I guess I
What
don't
kind
even
of
know what I'm
seeds are we
talking about.
talking about?
I feel like we've gotten offhand, but
No, botany
No,
is important.
Carolus Linnaeus himself we're talking to. Let's get the botany expert.
God, now I want chicken legs. I've got fried rice downstairs in the fridge.
You want chicken legs,
Yeah.
not the meat.
There's meat in the legs too.
Yeah, have you never heard of a chicken leg?
I know
Also known as a
people
drumstick?
eat them. It doesn't look edible.
I've never.
It's you don't eat like the foot. You eat like the thigh.
What thigh? They're
Chicken
chicken
thigh.
legs. They're like
Are you-
lizards.
Have you never?
Have you never had Thanksgiving dinner?
You
I
never had
didn't
chicken
eat the
thigh.
fucking legs.
It's the whole dark meat, dude.
Dark meat's bad for you.
All right, I'm gonna go get some food myself going. I'll be
Not
right
only
back.
is this the longest podcast ever, I'm glad I ate before this. That's why I wanted to delay it by 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. Smart guy.
It's funny because once you delayed it, I was like, okay, I gotta go make something. And I wasn't done by the time, but I was like, I'm not gonna ask to delay it again when we've already delayed it. So I was just eating it while we began the podcast.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
throw something in the microwave real quick.
Not only is this going to be the longest podcast, the last half or the last like hour is just going to be Boku eating a pizza on mic.
Oh, I will. I can definitely say immediately that I will mute the mic when I'm eating. Hopefully.
I feel
You're
like
not
we
gonna
need
be
to
the guy that
experience
has
this
a-
pizza, though.
You're not going to be
I
that guy
wanna-
that does push to talk just to cough. Like that.
I'm not gonna lie, I pushed to talk to fart before.
Well, that's not really talking, is it?
Push to fart.
Has anyone ever done any research for why your own farts smell better to you than to everyone else?
Probably because you're used to it. And it might have something to do with your microbiome. No, it's a real thing. You know how the bacteria that lives on your skin is kind of like it's like a fingerprint to you,
Mm-hmm.
and your body can tell the difference between a biome that's like from someone that's a relative to you. That's why, like, if you have a brother or sister, they stink like shit, but you can have like a girlfriend, and when she's sweaty, like it just smells amazing to you.
Well, yeah, that's like a built-in thing to like prevent incest. By like
Exactly.
you get used to your relative's smell.
Hmm. So I'm sure it's similar with farts. Although I can't say I've ever smelled like a girlfriend's fart and just been like, oh, I'm into that.
You're not one of those guys.
Nah. I did fart on
but
a
you
girl
will-
like
but
the
you will
first
lick the
time we
sweat
hung
off of
out
her.
once. Like the first time we made out, like I just let out a huge fart because I just kind of wanted to see what would happen. and like she got so mad, and like we dated for a few months, and she would never stop fucking bringing it up. Like, I should have just left you the moment you did that. And I'm like, but you didn't, so
That's the test, man. That's how you know
Yeah.
she's a keeper.
exactly. I mean, it gave me a little bit of confidence of like I just ripped one like the first time we did anything, and she didn't freak out that much. So I must be doing something right.
This is now the fart podcast.
Yeah, I wonder if Joe is gonna listen to any of this while he edits it.
Let's make it a Castawa Shoujo discussion. How would Emmy react if you farted while you made out?
Oh, that's a really good question. I know you're joking, but that's a really interesting question.
What if you had lemon scented farts?
Well, she doesn't even like lemon shit. It happened because it was one of like her track captain who's gay gave it to her. That's where it came from. That's what's so funny about it. Everyone is like always making jokes that she likes lemons, but like it's not like she picked out the loon. But yeah, I think she would be like playfully grossed out about it, and like I think she would give you shit for it, but she wouldn't genuinely be upset.
Mm-hmm.
She would just kind of like use it as leverage. Like, I can't believe you fucking did that, you asshole. Like, I'm totally gonna do this, and like you can't even complain because you just farted on me.
You didn't fart on her, just near her. Unless she's like giving you a reach around.
I've between you and me, I've been thinking of doing. I might do 2 epilogues because I really want to do one.
Oh shit!
Do you remember that SpongeBob episode when SpongeBob goes into all the different characters' dreams, and he wakes up in Mr. Krabs' dream, and he's like on a pirate ship, and like Mr. Krabs is a pirate.
I don't remember that episode, but I do remember that level from Battle for Bikini Bottom.
Yeah, let me see if I can find, because you need to see this to understand what I'm about to tell you.
The hardest thing in the game was like that Squidward one where you had to platform on all the musical notes.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And then fucking Patrick's is just him in a blank white room. He just gives the spatula to you.
Fuck, I don't think it's on YouTube.
Sandy's was the most fun because it was like an advanced version of the slope stuff.
Yeah. I remember.
I gotta get the remaster for that game. I had that game as a kid.
Oh my god, I forgot about the remaster. When's it coming out?
I don't know, but I gotta get it because like
I can't wait. I'm getting it immediately.
I had no appreciation as a kid for how fucking good that game was.
Right?
I had no perspective on like how good it was.
I'm back.
I was just like, yeah, all games are this good.
I'm back.
Have we been talking about farts?
Really?
Yes. You can listen to it.
I probably will, because I'll have to know when to cut back in. We were waiting on BokuMan still?
Yes.
Alright, cool. I've got some fried rice with chicken, peas, and carrots.
Sounds good.
Well, it's dinner time for you on the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Me, it's late night.
Yep.
Hope you realize all the sacrifices I make for you.
BokuMan is European.
Okay, pop into this episode at 6 minutes and 30 seconds in. This is basic, like, I really want to do an epilogue that's this, but with Emmy, like, on a pirate ship.
6 minutes, 30 seconds?
Yeah.
I'm trying to, like, skip into a specific point, but I can't figure out how to work this. There we go.
Why is Mr. Krabs' daughter a whale?
I think he adopted her. Yeah.
Is that actually canon that he adopted her?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought just everyone assumed that.
Well, What's the alternative? That he like married a whale?
Why is there a sea under the sea?
It's goo.
You're asking too many questions.
Why
It's
is
not
there a fire under the sea?
Okay, first off, the first one is goo. It's not a sea under the sea. It's goo. Also, I'm pretty sure that. Let me make sure I'm not talking out my ass, but I think it's possible for fire to exist underwater.
So okay,
It just requires some other stuff going on.
there are like they have to build like shit underwater, for like welding. So they use what's called the thermite reaction, in which
that.
they make iron from aluminum oxide, or no, they use iron oxide as a source of oxygen, because it's got oxygen just built into it, so it's not atmospheric oxygen. But then they react aluminum with it, just pure aluminum metal, and they have like a heat sink for it. And it produces like a really bright light, and it makes molten iron, which they can then cast and use to build like iron pipes and shit underwater.
Neat.
I learned that in college.
What class was that?
Chemistry.
I guess probably makes sense.
It's just a very violent single replacement reaction, where you have a free element and then an oxidized element, and they basically just switch places. So instead of iron oxide and aluminum, you end with iron and aluminum oxide.
Chemistry was always my favorite science class, just because I
hated chemistry.
Because you got to light shit on fire.
Well, no, even like that, because I just like the turning X and Y into XY and YX is super amusing to me.
Why didn't you like chemistry, Corky?
If you had to suffer through the chem department at my college, you would understand. They seem to get off to making people like fail out of it. And I just never liked chemistry. Like, I've always liked physics a lot more, because physics, it's just you learn how shit works, and like you figure out basically how it works, and that's how it works. But with chemistry, it's like, oh, well, this element does this, and there's all these irregularities that you have to memorize, and oh, look at this periodic table thing. You got to remember, like, for this, like, electron affinity, it goes this way, and for this, it goes the other way. Oh, good luck remembering all that. I fucking hate that shit.
I can agree with you. That's why I love math. Once you understand math and you get the rules down, you can be super lazy and never study once you have things memorized.
Exactly. And physics is just applied math.
I like describing chemistry as like we're trying to put the shit into categories, but there's always just weird shit that's going on.
It never fucking works. Because chemistry doesn't care about the boxes that we like to put things in.
History and English.
Nature is messy.
History
exactly.
There's a lot reading. In anything you look at, we're simplifying it, but there are a lot of competing forces going on, and sometimes the competing forces win over the trend.
History and literature, I hated because I couldn't cheese those classes. My other classes, I could like.
Oh, you can cheese them like hell if you know what you're doing.
English, like the entire point is to see how well you can bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, no, like. Not English, literature. Like we had,
literature.
I couldn't avoid reading the books they assigned to me.
You can if you know how to bullshit.
Well, I did, but I didn't. But I had to put in effort for my bullshit.
I just read the Cliff's notes.
I put in more effort avoiding doing work into that class than I would have if I just put work into that class.
I don't even dislike reading. I just like playing video games more.
Oh, I love reading. I just hate being forced to read something.
Mm-hmm.
Especially having a deadline for it. Like, I had to take before I graduated, I had one last GE I had to take, and I had to take like History of War, which sounds cool, but when you have like 5 days to read this stupid ass like account that somebody from like some ancient war you don't give a shit about. When I have actual important classes I had to prioritize, it was a bitch.
That's why history is the worst class. Worst of the core classes, rather.
Well, I think history is super interesting, and I love
I know!
about it.
I know!
But
I've never had a good history teacher, except for one.
I had
college.
some amazing ones in high school. I had.
I had some really great ones.
He would
I
just
had
sit down
one
and
good
tell
history
stories,
teacher.
and it was so much fun.
Yeah, it's just the story of real life, and some crazy shit goes down.
I mean, I think all of us
There's no
love
ending.
storytelling because we're all writing for, I mean, I know it's a porn game, but it's still basically storytelling. I mean,
I had one good English teacher or history teacher in my college. And just because he was such an entertaining person that I actually cared. But all my other history teachers were either like boring or just mean people.
None of my English teachers liked me, with the exception of one old lady I had for like a bullshit one I took senior year because I was just done with English. They all hated me because I couldn't even tell you why. Like, no matter how hard I tried, it was never good enough for them.
This may surprise you. Every single English teacher I've had has absolutely adored me.
That doesn't shock me.
I never really got to do creative writing either, which pissed me off. The only time I had an opportunity for it was in 7th grade. After that, we never got to do any creative writing that wasn't poetry.
They always pulled me aside and were just like, this essay just completely shits on everyone else's.
English class for me, like it
And
felt
I'm just
like
yeah, I know.
it felt nice. It felt like in Texas, all the English classes, like every year, we'd have at least one thing where we'd have to write about why technology bad. At least in Texas, because like every year we'd have to write an essay on why we rely too much on technology these days.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the teacher's agenda right there.
That sounds like the easiest essay to write, like in terms of bullshit.
Yeah, it was, because I wrote that essay.
Let me tell you why
basically writing
technology
the
is
baby
bad as
boomer
I write
rant.
this on my computer.
I wrote that essay maybe 7 or 8 times.
You're basically writing "damn millennials" in essay format.
I don't remember having to do this at all.
It's a stupid argument too.
I think the majority of my assignments were on why racism is bad.
Oh my god! Don't even get me.
Well, yeah, I'm from Texas though.
Yeah, I don't think maybe that's not as big of a focus in Texas.
I hate how like we're supposed to pretend that humanity just now started relying on technology, and that all of a sudden it's bad, and it's like, no, we just have to learn how to fucking deal with it.
Well, literally every single generation has had some kind of technology that they complained about.
Yeah.
And we're gonna do it too.
Have you guys seen? There was a post on Reddit where like they found like a news posting or something from like the 1800s, where like these old people were talking about how disrespectful the youth was, and it literally looked like it was something from today. It was so funny.
I've seen a post about some old man like this damn paper thing. Kids in the future won't know how to carve into stone. What are they gonna do when we run out of paper? I find that amusing.
Briefly.
Briefly.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the oven to heat up. Then, when that's done, I'm gonna need to put in pizza, and then 20 minutes later, I think the pizza will be done.
What were you doing for 15 minutes that you needed to turn the oven on?
Preparing the
pants
pizza.
on.
Oh,
Preparing the pizza. All
I
right,
thought it was like a frozen pizza.
we can go until you need to go, and then we can take another small break.
Yeah. I think it will be done in 30 minutes, I think.
All right.
Oh, we can go for 30 minutes. All right, let's continue.
Do you want to crack your little film thing so you know where to edit this out?
Nah, I have to listen to the entire thing all over again anyway.
Wee! You can
just to make
see
sure.
all the nasty things we said about you.
I'll probably edit all that out and put it up as a hidden video.
Yeah.
Anyway,